Chapter 708, Below the Realm. Facing Li Xuanmiao's inquiry, the celestial destruction god did not refuse and began to narrate about the celestial gods. Although celestial gods hold the lowest tiers of the celestial court's immortal positions, there are tens of thousands of types. The most numerous are the celestial gods guarding the worlds, including the 3,000 great worlds and many cosmic planes. Where there is guardianship, there is destruction. The celestial destruction god belongs to the destruction faction, wielding the power of punishment. Above celestial gods are the star monarchs, and above them are the main deity and the immortal monarch. The pinnacle of the celestial destruction god's faction is the god of destruction, a main deity position. After joining under the command of the majestic gods Venerable Guangfa Taiguang, the celestial destruction god essentially left the god of destruction's faction, embarking on another path. Li Xuanmiao had long known that the majestic god's Venerable Guangfa Taiguang was extraordinary, but he didn't expect him to hold such a high position. According to the celestial destruction god, 90% of celestial gods will never face the supreme immortal in their lifetime. The celestial destruction god was also filled with curiosity about Li Xuanmiao and, after introducing his understanding of the celestial court's immortal positions, he inquired about Li Xuanmiao's ascension experience. Li Xuanmiao had a favorable impression of him and did not hide anything. Hearing that Li Xuanmiao passed the test of the celestial Dao immortal stone in the Zizai immortal realm, the celestial destruction god was quite impressed. With this person's talent, he might very well achieve the rank of supreme immortal in the future. The two chatted more and more enjoyably, and their relationship was drawing closer. Conflicts between the 100 sects of the human world and the Dao court increased, and each of the 100 great sects was a regional overlord. They joined forces to oppress the Dao court, causing its prestige in the eyes of the world to diminish, leading even weaker sects to show disrespect towards the Dao court. Eventually, an unprecedented war broke out in the human world. In just 10 years, the 100 sects of the human world launched an attack on the Dao court, and in the subsequent years, more sects continued to join. The Dao court, like an ancient towering tree, was on the verge of collapse, and everyone wanted a piece of its flesh. The Qianquan sect also got involved. In the end, they forgave Yuan Luo, merely imprisoning him for 10,000 years, before they too threw themselves into the war against the Dao court. The enmity between the Qianquan sect and the Dao court was deep, mainly sparked by Yuan Luo and Zhao Rushan. The two sides had been in constant friction, accumulating hatred over hundreds of thousands of years, waiting to explode. The Dao court, after all, was a colossal entity that dominated the heavens and the earth for millions of years. Its depths were unimaginable to the world, and even when facing attacks from all over the world, they could still exhibit resilience. Sarch * The Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. 100,000 years later. The war in the human world still had not ended, and constantly new outstanding talents emerged between heaven and earth, having to venture to the ancient battlefields to prove themselves. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan was lecturing disciples, including even the third-generation disciples. In recent years, 3 new members were added: Mo Xuandi, the second disciple of Jiang Shishou, Li Qing, disciple of Emperor Tianhong, and Chang Jia, disciple of Tian Bai. Among these 3, only one came from the Qianquan sect, the other 2 were common people from the 9 spirit continent. Guan was sharing his insights on the primordial Dao Emperor, and even the third-generation disciples could listen and benefit greatly. He intended to make the beginningless a formidable force on the primordial Emperor road. The primordial Dao Emperor would surely surpass the Daoist Emperor one day. By then, many sects would join, but no one would think of the connection between the primordial Dao Emperor and the beginningless. After finishing his lecture, Guan invited the disciples to ask questions one by one, and the most active ones were the third-generation disciples, eagerly seeking knowledge. This time, Guan was very patient with them. Although he usually was not interested in his disciples' when it came to cultivation, he was fair. He carefully answered every question from each disciple and provided a suitable path for their cultivation. Ancestor, the primordial Dao Emperor seeks insight from nature, not the path of killing enemies. What is your view of this calamity in the human world? Mo Xuandi suddenly asked, his gaze fixed on Guan. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with skin not very fair, and his brows were marked with bitterness due to years of frowning. He came from the Jianghu sect, with parents who died in the war against the Dao court, harboring a long-held seed of revenge. Upon hearing his question, Jianghu sighed but did not stop him, hoping Guan could enlighten Mo Xuandi. Guan looked at Mo Xuandi and said, since ancient times, there have been natural and man-made disasters, each with its own cause and effect. While I do not like conflict, I do not abhor it either. Everything you see is a result of the Dao rules. The calamity in the human world stems from ambition, and more beings are swept along by the flow against their will. I know you seek revenge, but perhaps before you succeed, your enemies might just die in war, like your parents. You may harbor hatred, but you should consider who to hate and what to do after. These are the things you need to ponder. Mo Xuandi hesitated to speak. Guan continued, the primordial Dao Emperor will project through the reincarnation of all heavens. When everyone reaches that stage, they will undergo the pain you are experiencing. Once you reach that point, you may return to me to ask about revenge. To not enter the free immortal realm, one can't leave the 9-spirit continent. This was a rule set by Guan for his third-generation disciples, and no one could bypass it. Every disciple was informed of this before entering Beginningless, but at that time, they were all immersed in the vastness of the realm and had not realized how lengthy the years would be to reach the Zizai immortal realm. Upon hearing this, Mo Xuandi immediately thanked Guan. He held hatred in his heart, but it was not directed at any individual. He loathed the world's conflict, believing that following Guan in cultivation would lead him to the answers he sought. Ancestor, it's my turn. If the primordial Dao Emperor projects through the heavens, can I inject my consciousness, for example, to spread my writings? Shangguan Sienna raised her hand to ask. After asking, she looked at Guan with anticipation. The other disciples didn't give it much thought. They knew Shangguan Sienna loved writing, but were unaware of how broad her range was. With an unchanged expression, Guan replied, that's a good idea. If you can achieve it, you might pave a path of your own. To inject your consciousness, you need to study the great Tao of cause and effect, soul, and reincarnation comprehensively. Just comprehending one great Tao won't suffice. Time continued to pass. Only until the next morning did the question and answer session conclude. Guan stood up, ready to go for a walk. Boom, a tremendous explosion erupted in the distance, causing the ground to tremble. The disciples discussing their insights from the lecture all stood up and turned to look in the direction of the sound. Guan paid no attention and left alone. The third-generation disciples gathered around their respective mentors to ask where the commotion came from. The war is about to reach the 9-spirit continent. An Xin gazed towards the horizon, murmuring. These words changed the complexions of the third-generation disciples. Was the Jianghu sect going to be attacked? After leaving the courtyard, Guan arrived in front of the world gate in just one step. The celestial spirit god was already waiting there. Upon seeing Guan appear, he immediately stood up and saluted. Guan sat down beside him and asked, after going to the heavenly court realm, what have you discovered? The celestial gods were not qualified to set foot on the heavenly ascension stairs, but below the celestial court, there was a plain. It served as a transit point for the lower realm of the immortal gods, where many immortals would exchange information or conduct transactions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 709, the celestial spirit god began to tell Guan the information he had gathered in the lower realm. He hadn't found any news about Yang Jian, but he had discovered information about the struggle for the Son of Heaven. It is said that a son of heaven is recruiting immortal gods, seemingly searching for something in the 3,000 great worlds. I heard that 2 sons of heaven are preparing to engage in a game in the great thousand world. This matter has already been permitted by the Venerable. If it is true, it will be an unprecedented disaster for the 3,000 great worlds. When immortal gods fight in the great thousand world, they will inevitably bring about destruction. However, Xianxia can repair the great thousand world. But even so, 90% of the cultivators will perish. At this point, the celestial spirit god looked at Guan, furrowing his brows. Guan asked, why? Because the immortal gods will recruit cultivators to fight for them. The struggle for the Son of Heaven is merely a matter of pride, no matter who wins or loses. Even if the celestial court discovers it, the punishment will be insignificant. But the immortal gods under the Son of Heaven will recruit cultivators to do their bidding. Cultivators recklessly involving themselves in the struggles of the celestial court will incur Kangxian's punishment. The celestial spirit god sighed, and Guan also remained silent. This matter is indeed unsolvable. Even if they inform the cultivation forces of the 3,000 great worlds about this point, cultivators will still fight for the hope of ascending to immortality. The path of cultivation is inherently about competing with others and contending with heaven and earth. Although Guan cannot yet see such a future, through the words of the celestial spirit god, he can already foresee how dark those years will be. How long do you estimate it will be before the struggle for the Son of Heaven sweeps across the 3,000 great worlds? Guan asked. The celestial spirit god replied, in the celestial court, there's the immortal years concept. 1 day in heaven is a year in the human world. According to the time in the human world, it could be as fast as 10 million years, or as slow as several hundred million years. Such is the difference between immortals and mortals. To the immortal gods, 10 million years pass quickly, but for the human world, 10 million years are enough to change the course of history. Fortunately, for Guan, time isn't that rapid either. 10 million years are enough for his power to soar. Of course, even if this catastrophe were to erupt now, he wouldn't be afraid. He exists at the perfect Daoist Great Luo immortal realm level. Even in the celestial court, if he's not the strongest, he wouldn't be an easy target either. What about the 2 sons of heaven's strength? Will they personally take part? Guan asked. That's not something I could investigate, but they will certainly take action. Such struggles have occurred many times before. To become the celestial emperor, besides being powerful, one must also rely on the strength they control. Therefore, they will first act as the players. If they are on the brink of losing it all, they will undoubtedly step in personally. The celestial court is the same. The celestial emperor is supreme, often in seclusion or asleep in reincarnation. But if the celestial court encounters a catastrophic calamity, the celestial emperor will certainly act, capable of turning the tide. The celestial spirit god showed a look of longing and then recounted some legends about the celestial emperor. In the celestial court, even if the celestial emperor hasn't appeared, his legends are enough to make all immortal gods trust in his abilities. The celestial court has controlled the heavens for countless years, and the reason they have their current status is that they've suppressed wave after wave of opponents and rebels. Even when the chaos evil demons launched a massive invasion, they couldn't shake the celestial court's celestial Dao destiny. The legends told by the celestial spirit god were exaggerated, almost praising the celestial emperor to be omnipotent, as if without the celestial court, the celestial emperor would still be the most powerful being, capable of suppressing all beings. Guan thought these legends weren't false. He compared the disparity in strength between the celestial court and the 3,000 great worlds, and even without counting the celestial emperor, the celestial court was terrifyingly powerful. With so many immortal gods, there are always those with ambition. For the celestial emperor to permanently occupy that seat, his power must be overwhelmingly superior. After discussing the celestial emperor, the celestial spirit god asked, Master, how do you view the celestial spirit great world? Do you let it be, or find a way to help them avoid this catastrophe? As long as they don't support the immortal gods, even if affected, they can be resurrected by Zhangtian after death. If we do nothing, once the news spreads, they will surely choose to assist a son of heaven. Sir, the novel, F. Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Between the two sons of heaven vying for power, there will be one winner. But even following the winner, besides a few can ascending to immortality, others will face Kangxian's punishment. Even as a son of heaven, they don't have the authority to distribute a large number of celestial Dao immortal positions. Guan replied, if I can protect the entire world, I won't refuse. I just won't join the internal conflict. You and I have lived in this great world for many years, not without grace, but also with fate. Find a way to help them avoid it, but don't expose our existence. This matter doesn't need him to act personally. The celestial spirit god now serves him and naturally has to work on it. Of course, Guan wouldn't treat him unfairly. After finishing the official matters, Guan began to expound the Tao for the celestial spirit god. Even after becoming a celestial god, cultivation is necessary, but the higher one ascends, the more challenging it becomes. Guan used his achievement in Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal to guide the celestial spirit god, which was a great opportunity for the celestial spirit god. The celestial spirit god had never stepped into the celestial court, and he naturally couldn't access teachings from supreme immortals or the celestial Dao Venerable. Every time Guan expounded the Dao, the celestial spirit god listened intently. Serving Guan wasn't just to protect himself and his son Tian Hao, he also wanted to improve. No matter how strong his talent, the endpoint could only be a star monarch, but now the situation was different. The celestial spirit god's ambition was also growing, and he was consciously paving the way for Guan and Wuxia. Above the sea of clouds, a beam of blue light swept across. On closer inspection, it was a blue round fan, and on the fan stood a dozen figures, led by the Eternal Life Venerable who had previously visited the celestial spirit great world. Yang Jian, clad in silver armor, stood among the crowd, his gaze continually scanning the surroundings, admiring all the scenery along the way. In the distance, the sea of clouds surged, transforming into various shapes that were magnificently breathtaking. Occasionally, true dragons and phoenixes leapt out from the sea of clouds, raising clouds and mist. Brother Yang, you are fortunate. Upon your first arrival, you can accompany the master to the Dao lecture. That white-haired ancestor is a celestial Dao Venerable, staying outside the celestial court most of the year, seldom returning. She's also among the few willing to expound the Dao. A gray-robed Daoist looked at Yang Jian and said with a gentle smile. All those around were immortal gods, with the lowest immortal position being a star monarch. There were even main deities and immortal monarchs present, each of them possessed an imposing aura and unfathomable presence. Yang Jian couldn't help but curiously ask, Celestial Dao Venerable? Is someone bearing the title of Venerable the highest in the celestial court's immortal position? The gray-robed Daoist smiled, naturally. Even among celestial Dao Venerables, there are degrees of superiority. When we encounter them, we must salute and dare not offend in our hearts, or the heavenly Dao will punish us. When you meet her, you will never forget it. Being able to behold a celestial Dao Venerable is a great blessing in itself. Zhangtian will greatly increase our celestial Dao destiny, saving us years of arduous cultivation. Moreover, the Dao teachings of a celestial Dao Venerable are beyond your imagination, certain to yield abundant gains for you. These words made Yang Jian even more expectant of the upcoming Dao lecture. He also felt more grateful to Guan Master. I am about to face a celestial Dao Venerable and listen to her teachings. If you knew, would you be pleased for me? Yang Jian felt a bit regretful because he felt he was attending in place of his master. Such a grand opportunity should have belonged to his master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 710, Great Dao Reincarnation. true self-return. Guan did not know that Yang Jian was thinking about him. He continued to live his leisurely life, and besides regularly harvesting mature medicinal herbs, he began to travel the human world. In this turbulent era, more features of the human world emerged. Observing and experiencing them helped him in his enlightenment. He always felt that understanding the Great Tao didn't necessarily require walking the path of the Great Tao, as the Tao is omnipresent, and from the microscopic, one can observe the vast. As warfare engulfed the entire realm, living souls perished daily, the Tao court was besieged, and the attacking sects were numerous, making it easy to control the world's narrative. When the war reached a stalemate, the image of the Tao court in people's hearts began to overturn. Later, the Tao court was portrayed as the most evil force in the human world, the root of all calamities. The mortal spirit knew nothing of the golden ages from tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years ago. They only knew that various sects currently attacked the Tao court, and with the addition of those rumors, they loathed the Tao court deeply. Another 220,000 years passed since the celestial spirit god informed Guan about the struggle for the Son of Heaven. The Tao court finally came to its day of dissolution. Legend has it that the defense lines of the Tao court were breached in various directions. To safeguard the lives of the Tao court's disciples, the Ting Master announced its dissolution, and the once dominant entity fragmented, plunging the world into a kind of frantic chaos. The foundations of the Tao court were too deep, and the disciples fled the court by faction, leading to a lot of infighting during this process, while cultivators from other sects, hearing the news, madly rushed into the Tao court to seize opportunities. Dark clouds rolled, smoke filled the air, and Guan and Xiaolan stood on a cliff, watching a great city in the distant mountains engulfed in flames, with countless cultivators flying in and out, and battles even occurring in the distance. The glow of the flames shone on Xiaolan's face, her expression very calm, her long purple dress fluttering in the wind, untainted by dust. Guan turned his head to look at her and asked, "Any regrets?" The great city ahead was one of the Tao court cities, once a prosperous hub for immortal cultivation trade, renowned throughout half the world, and now reduced to such a state, sigh-inducing indeed. Although Xiaolan did not intend to perish alongside the Tao court, having stayed there for 1,000,000 years, she did have feelings for it. The Ting Master is still alive, just gone to outer heaven, the legacy is still there, passed on to the disciples, and now it's only the name of the Tao court that is gone. What's there to regret? Xiaolan said calmly, gazing into the distance. If Guan couldn't hear her inner thoughts, he might truly believe she didn't care. However, with the Tao court about to become a thing of the past, the living must look forward. Brother Gu, for the first time, I feel the fierce current of the human world's greater situation. Even the strong Ting Master and the Tao court couldn't withstand the overwhelming will of the masses. The so-called Daoist lineage, what is its true meaning of existence? Xiaolan asked softly, her eyes subtle. Over the years, she felt the pressure on the Tao court, with endless enemies coming from all directions, everything in heaven and earth condemning the Tao court, and even many disciples within the Tao court reflecting on what went wrong with it. However, the fact is, the 100 sects of the human world wanted to overturn the Tao court, and the Tao court lacked absolute strength to suppress them. If it were only a matter of strength, it would be fine, but the fall of the Tao court was so disgraced, collapsing in an evil guise. Years later, would the world think of the Tao court as the demon sect? A Daoist lineage originally serves the purpose of spreading the Tao, imparting knowledge, mutually discussing the Tao, and jointly promoting the exploration of the great Tao. What you worry about may not happen. Although the Tao court's current reputation is poor, over the long years, it has helped many living beings, and those deeds will be remembered by those with heartfelt appreciation and eventually etched into history. Guan replied, stating facts. Not to mention those beings who are grateful or aspiring towards the Tao court, the 100 sects of the human world will eventually follow in the Tao court's footsteps, and then, later generations wishing to topple them will naturally rehabilitate the Tao court to slander them. Right and wrong, black and white will be judged by future generations, and indeed these distinctions will disappear over time. In this era, looking back, How many people remember the Holy Court and Immortal dynasty? In the red dust of the great Tao, nothing truly matters. So-called history is just a possession of the human world. Discussing history in the face of the great Tao seems somewhat ridiculous. Guan finally understood why those great power cultivators viewed the masses with indifference. Living long enough, one realizes that all things seem to go through a kind of reincarnation, where good and bad will both turn to dust, and what can be done eventually becomes futile. Of course, Guan merely lamented slightly. He always felt he was human, not immortal, and the most important thing for people is emotion. He wouldn't deliberately erase his feelings. Whatever he cherishes, he will protect, seeking only peace of mind. Xiaolan was also contemplating Gu An's words, but recalling all sorts of past events made her feel like she had experienced a vast and illusory dream. When she glanced at Guan beside her, she felt a sense of solidity. The road they traveled was not a dream. What are your plans for the future? Will you cultivate in my dojo? Guan looked at Xiaolan and asked. The dissolution of the Dao court did have an impact on Xiaolan, and over the years, past memories had continuously flashed in her mind. The former Yilan was about to return. Xiaolan was lively and innocent, while Yilan was more rational and had her own ambitions. Forget about it, I want to return to the Xiao family to protect them. In the future, I will visit you at the Nine-Spirit continent, and you can always come to find me. I should grow up and cannot always cling to you. Xiaolan looked at Guan and said seriously. Guan smiled, looking at her expression, knowing that his junior sister was indeed about to return. As for his junior sister, he wouldn't treat her like the other disciples who went out, he would proactively visit her. Then let's go, I'll accompany you to the Xiao family. After all, I have some ties with the Xiao family. Guan laughed and then raised his right hand. Xiaolan smiled, took his hand, and they disappeared from where they stood. Search *the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A few days later, Guan returned alone to Within the Beginningless. Today, Within the Beginningless was somewhat lively because LV Xian had returned. The disciples gathered in Gu An's courtyard to listen to LV Xian recount his experiences and the state of the world. The third-generation disciples had never seen LV Xian and were full of curiosity about this senior from the sect. After learning that Within the Beginningless had a third generation of disciples, LV Xian no longer acted frivolously, instead putting on a grandmaster demeanor. Junior Master LV, in your view, which sect will be the next world ruler? Anzin's second disciple, Jiang Lan, asked curiously. The other disciples also stared intently at LV Xian. LV Xian, being out for years, would surely discern the trend. LV Xian pondered, just about to answer, when he suddenly saw Gu An's figure at the courtyard entrance. His eyes lit up, and he immediately dashed over to Guan, bowing in salute. Master, I have important matters to tell you. Can we speak privately? LV Xian said excitedly. In front of Guan, he didn't bother to pretend. Upon hearing this, Guan nodded slightly, then walked towards his pavilion, and the other disciples all stood up, bending in salute towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711, The Final Trial. Inside the room, Guan sat by the table, pouring tea for himself. LV Xian closed the door, then came before him, mysteriously taking out a long box and placing it on the table. This scene reminded Guan of the time LV Xian handed him the celestial Dao Immortal Stone, making him feel both amused and helpless. Before LV Xian arrived, Guan already knew what this guy was going to present, but he still chose to ask LV Xian. What is this? In response to Gu An's inquiry, LV Xian chuckled, another immortal god's opportunity. In beginning to suspect him, an immortal god descended to the mortal world. Inside is a piece of divine wood, containing a chance to ascend to immortality. It's said that there's a supreme immortal god traveling through the Dao universe, seemingly searching for something. If you can assist him, you may gain immortal fate. Guan nodded slightly but felt contemptuous in his heart. The Son of Heaven and his immortal gods, resorting to such petty tricks, creating mystique out of nonsense. Guan spoke, "Don't get involved in this causality." He recounted the competition between the Son of Heaven to Lv, who listened in astonishment. Lv had suspected whether it was a scheme or a trap, but didn't expect such a struggle hidden behind it. Would the Son of Heaven use all living beings as chess pieces in the competition between his children? Afterward, the heavenly Tao won't severely punish the Son of Heaven but will impose celestial punishment on those cultivators participating in the immortal gods' conflicts. Lv felt both absurd and aggrieved. He had a certain admiration for immortal gods. To be precise, all cultivators aspire to ascend to immortality, and everyone has a vision of immortal gods in their hearts. Lv didn't believe immortal gods had necessary protection duties towards all living beings, but he felt immortal gods were exalted, distinct from mortals, and the struggle between immortal gods should be a confrontation between them. How could they toy with mortal spirits who are vastly weaker? Sarch * the Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He suddenly understood why his master refused to ascend to immortality. Such immortal gods, such a celestial court, indeed seemed narrow-minded. Maybe in the future, another group of immortal gods will replace them. Master, then how should we handle this? Lv looked up at Guan and asked. Guan glanced at the long box on the table, which immediately caught fire. Lv opened his mouth but ultimately chose to remain silent. Even knowing the scheme behind this causality, he still harbored a slight delusion in his heart, thinking, what if he chose the right side and they kept their promise? Seeing the long box turn to ashes, he felt a sense of relief. Even he has such complex thoughts, let alone those cultivators with stronger ambitions. This item is truly dreadful. Lv could already envision the terrifying scenes of various heavens waging war for the sake of immortal gods, surely much more dreadful than the human world battles that lasted hundreds of thousands of years before. Guan looked at Lv and said, now that you're back, spend some more time cultivating in the dojo. Unlike Chen Chuan, you're not entangled by the sect. Faced with his instruction, Lv naturally dared not refuse and could only agree. Guan waved his hand, signaling Lv to withdraw. Once the door was closed, Guan brought up the attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, 1487, 902/99, 890, 816, 785, 408, physique, primordial Tao creation body, cultivation level, perfect Daoist Great Luo immortal realm, approaching 100 trillion year lifespan. By then, he would be able to break through. Thinking about reaching a higher realm soon, Guan couldn't help but feel excited. Even without an imminent strong enemy, he enjoyed the feeling of continuously growing stronger, especially when he could compare himself with others. Besides the next realm, he was curious about what features a 100 trillion year lifespan would unlock. Would there be another feature upgrade? The enhancements in life expectancy prediction suited his taste. Although occasional hints would disturb his mind, knowing how many potential foes there were, and who they were, brought him more anticipation. Since I have so much lifespan, should I use 10 million years for a lifespan reincarnation? Guan suddenly had a whim. Because of the long family causality, he dared not easily implement lifespan reincarnation, opting more to use lifespan projection now. Anyway, he had interfered with enough causality, why trouble himself unnecessarily? Even aside from him, other great power cultivators also changed the causality of others, heavens, and universe on their path to greater strength. The causality of the great Tao has never been fixed, constantly changing. True glimpse into the future isn't seeing one outcome, but seeing countless outcomes, choosing the most suitable one for oneself. With this thought, Guan immediately initiated the lifespan reincarnation. An overdue prompt appeared before his eyes, symbolizing the imminent start of lifespan reincarnation. Beneath the blue sky, endless mountains undulated like the spines of ancient dragon beasts, fierce and spiky. On a mid-mountainside, Zhang Buku and Suyu sat cross-legged together, gazing at a landscape filled with the sitting figures of heavenly soldiers as far as the eye could see. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes, looking up towards the celestial vault. Shortly after, Zhang Buku also opened his eyes. More and more heavenly soldiers opened their eyes, all gazes directed towards the celestial vault. In the vast expanse of blue sky appeared a crack, lightning woven through it, as if the celestial vault had been cleaved open, frightening and daunting. From within the crack stepped a figure, radiating golden light like a brilliant sun in the sky. It was the celestial calming god. Upon seeing the celestial calming god, all the heavenly soldiers stood up. After their previous defeat on the path of the great Tao, they had been cultivating in this realm, waiting for the celestial calming god to arrange a new trial. They were still a long way from ascending to immortality and becoming gods, far enough to make many feel like giving up, yet helplessly so. Next will be the final trial. Only 100,000 heavenly soldiers can emerge, and these top 100,000 will gain celestial Tao destiny. Once their cultivation level is sufficient, they can become gods like me. The voice of the celestial calming god resonated across the entire world, causing every heavenly soldier's breathing to quicken, Zhang Buku included. Yet Zhang Buku felt a bit regretful. He wanted more time to accumulate cultivation. Compared to other heavenly soldiers, he was too young, and facing the final trial now was quite a disadvantage for him. Though his cultivation level didn't hold an advantage, Zhang Buku still had some confidence. 100,000 spots, more than he had anticipated. Suyu smirked, saying in a low voice, "Looks like some immortal gods need to use us, blessings or curses unknown." Zhang Buku didn't care after hearing this. Ever since following the celestial calming god, they had undertaken various missions, escaping death multiple times. Having come this far, he was determined to ascend to immortality. He would ascend not just for himself, he aimed to find his parents in reincarnation and visit Master Gu and Leia. In his view, Master Gu and Leia had long passed away. Over 1,000,000 years had passed, and the foundation of that realm was far from enough to allow the two to live till today, not to mention their talent wasn't extraordinary. Zhang Buku took a deep breath, fists clenched, with a fire of determination burning in his eyes. Suyu glanced at him and couldn't help but shake his head. This guy was getting hyped again. Even after all these years together, Suyu still couldn't understand why he got so easily excited. This final trial will begin in this realm. You need not kill each other but will decide victory through reincarnation. The top 100,000 heavenly soldiers who emerge from reincarnation will succeed, while the remainder will be lost in reincarnation forever, never to transcend. The voice of the celestial calming god sounded once more, dampening the fervor of the heavenly soldiers. Lost in reincarnation forever? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, In the Taiwei Great World. Zhu Shi, clad in white, stood on the clouds gazing down at the vast earth below. Behind her followed hundreds of people, all exuding extraordinary auras, similarly looking down at the earth, their faces filled with shock. Following their gaze, the endless land below was in complete disarray, with potholes everywhere, mountains flattened, and smoke pervading the heavens and earth, threatening to overturn the sea of clouds. At the edge of the land was a sea of fire, tens of thousands of feet high, seemingly about to devour the entire world, a truly majestic sight. Zhu Shi narrowed her eyes. In that terrifying sea of fire, she saw a figure that filled her eyes with fear. Who is that? How dare he attack the divine court's boundary mountain? How terrifying! Those divine court's great powers were annihilated instantly. He seems somewhat deranged. Could he be in demonic possession? Even if he's possessed, to have such terrifying power, his cultivation level must be extraordinarily high. It doesn't matter. As long as he's not coming for us, we shouldn't act rashly. The cultivators discussed among themselves. Although Zhu Shi didn't participate in their discussion, she was equally curious. Having stood in the Taiwei Great World for hundreds of thousands of years, it was the first time she had seen anyone so powerful and daring to take such action against the divine court. Her intuition told her that even more terrifying events were about to unfold, and the Taiwei Great World would face an unprecedented catastrophe. She hesitated, unsure whether she should flee the Taiwei Great World. The divine court had been colluding with the immortal gods, committing heinous acts. She always felt that the divine court's actions would eventually be exposed, leading to a transformation of the Taiwei Great World. She wanted to replace the divine court and establish a new holy court. After hundreds of thousands of years of effort, she finally built a force. To give it up so easily was an excruciating decision. Moreover, the figure in the sea of fire gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At that moment, an immense oppressive force descended upon the entire world. Zhu Shi and the others looked up, only to see a mass of black energy diving from the horizon beyond the sea of clouds, unstoppable. This mass of black energy plunged into the endless sea of fire at an incredible speed. The sea of fire scattered, stirring up strong winds that ravaged the heavens and earth. Zhu Shi and the others immediately began cultivating energy to resist the scorching fire winds. Zhu Shi squinted, seeing the black energy disappear as it crashed into the sea of fire. She had seen this black energy before. It belonged to a great power of the divine court, whose cultivation reached the heavens and earth, once plunging her into despair. Fortunately, in that battle, the target was another person, and she was merely caught up in it, eventually narrowly escaping danger. Zhu Shi harbored an absurd suspicion in her heart. "You, who are you indeed?" A terrified voice echoed, shocking the other cultivators around Zhu Shi. They recognized this voice as well. It belonged to Li Qingfeng, a great cultivator of the divine court. Li Qingfeng was a heaven-encompassing free immortal, a famous divine general of the divine court, known for slaughtering countless enemies and having a fearsome reputation. When they faced Li Qingfeng, they could only look up in fear. They had never heard him speak in such a tone. Fear, despair, did Li Qingfeng get defeated just after descending? Hundreds of divine senses probed simultaneously, followed by gasps of shock. "Retreat!" Zhu Shi immediately ordered, turning around to leave first, with the others following closely. No one hesitated, all scared out of their wits. In the distance, the sea of fire dispersed, revealing a white-haired man with a bare upper body standing on an extensive charred plain. He held a purple-robed man's neck, lifting him high. This purple-robed man was Li Qingfeng of the divine court, with disheveled hair and a face full of blood, his eyes filled with terror. One move. With just one move, the opponent shattered his Dao fruit, causing all his mana to dissipate. He had no strength to break free, only awaiting death. The unfathomable power of the opponent disturbed him, foreshadowing great trouble for the divine court. He had never encountered such an enemy, whose very presence filled him with unease. The white-haired man was tall and muscular, his upper bodice muscles well-defined, with flame-like blood marks on his fair skin and a handsome face, but with eerie pale pupils. Longevity fruit. Longevity fruit, the white-haired man asked coldly, his voice intermittent, seemingly incoherent. Li Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, "I have never heard of the longevity fruit. If that is your only goal, I can have the divine court help you search for it." Crunch. Li Qingfeng's neck was suddenly broken, his words cut short. His eyes widened, his divine soul unable to escape his body, and he turned to ash, scattering with the wind. The white-haired man turned around, flying in a certain direction. Sar the novel, F. Iyer. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. On the other side. Zhu Shi and her group were still fleeing rapidly, sensing Li Qingfeng's aura abruptly vanish, indicating his probable death. What kind of being could make a great power like Li Qingfeng fall in such a short time? Zhu Shi was equally shocked, unable to forget the image of the white-haired man in her mind. Facing such a terrifying being, she couldn't think of anything else, her heart filled with dread. Bang! A thunderous roar suddenly erupted from behind, engulfing Zhu Shi and her group in dazzling light, followed by an unfathomable strong wind. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, before the world gate, a celestial god opened his eyes, reflecting the scene of the Taiwei Great World within them. From the universe's perspective, the Taiwei Great World appeared as a glowing continent, surrounded by countless little worlds. At this moment, the glowing continent was trembling, with billowing black smoke emerging from a certain area. Where does this person come from? The celestial god muttered to himself, beginning to calculate with his fingers, his expression growing increasingly strange. War Spirit Holy Mansion. Tai Shangju. It's actually him. He's still alive. The celestial god furrowed his brows, then stood up, turning to walk into the world gate. A storm gusted from the depths of the universe, but the world gate remained unmoved, unaffected. The storm lasted for a long time, and when the turbulence subsided, the celestial god had not returned. On the other side of the universe, the strong light of the Taiwei Great World was gradually fading. The white-haired man suddenly appeared in the void, holding a person in his hand. Does the War Spirit Holy Mansion intend to oppose the Celestial Court? The person held by the white-haired man was an old Daoist with an immortal aura, none other than the immortal monarch Han Sha, hidden within the divine court. He could see the cause and effect of the white-haired man, linked to the War Spirit Holy Mansion, a powerful court outside the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court. The white-haired man, Tai Shangju, ignored him, grabbing his head and stepping into the void. A time-space rift appeared in front, into which he stepped, dragging the immortal monarch Han Sha with him, disappearing without a trace as the rift quickly closed, as if nothing had happened. But the celestial Tao immortal light of the Taiwei Great World was fading, indicating a titanic battle had just occurred. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713, Tao Saint Heart Swish. The waves incessantly washed up on the beach, crashing against the rocks, sending up sprays of water. In the distance, demon birds hovered over the sea, wary of approaching the shore. On the beach, Guan sat in meditation, his eyes closed, the whirlpool of spiritual energy around him slowly dissipating. The sky gradually turned yellow, dusk nearing. A meteor streaked across the sky, piercing the sea of clouds, aiming towards Guan. Just as the meteor was about to strike Guan, he suddenly raised his hand and caught the meteor in his grasp. He opened his right palm to reveal a white jade stone, the size of a pigeon egg, in his hand, refracting a crystalline light, exuding a mysterious beauty. Guan slowly opened his eyes, looking at the white jade stone in his hand with a complex expression. He had just received the inheritance memories of lifespan reincarnation, his mind awash with emotions and thoughts. He had experienced another life. This lifetime was far longer and grander than the previous ones combined. Perhaps it was related to Gu An's current cultivation level, as this lifetime's cultivation far surpassed the former ones, even reaching the realm of Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal. The endpoint of lifespan reincarnation varies with the state of one's cultivation beforehand. Even with unparalleled talent, one might still succumb to certain misfortunes. Unlike previous reincarnations, this reincarnation body still lived. More precisely, it lived in Gu An's current timeline, destined to die in the future. The reincarnation body was born in the War Spirit Holy Mansion, a Daoist lineage as ancient as Ling Mountain, unrelated to the battle court. Named Taishangju, like other reincarnation bodies, he was born in suffering and grew through countless hardships. The current Taishangju had already reached the cultivation level of Miao Zhen Daluo Immortal. He would fall to the celestial court when he achieved Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal. Guan could sense that if he tried to contact Taishangju, he would face unimaginable repercussions of karmic retribution. Taishang had already vaguely sensed his own karma, so before leaving the Great Thousand World, he scattered many white jade stones imbued with his Tao intent and hidden obsessions. Fearing exposure of his connection with Guan, he created these white jade stones. While they appeared to spread fortune, only his true self could fully comprehend them. Reincarnation is unstoppable, and past lives will eventually become fleeting clouds, yet obsessions might transcend reincarnation. Guan toyed with the white jade stone, pondering silently. Lu Han's obsession was his son Lu Qiuxian. Yang Xian's was the Sacred Heart Sword Dao. The Black Profound Emperor's was his senior sister, Fairy Bai Xian. The Emperor of Eternal Lives' obsession was Fairy Yao Xian. Taishang's obsession was to save his master. Born in War Spirit Holy Mansion, Taishang's family was killed by enemies within the mansion right after his birth. If not for the chance encounter with the Red Dust Ancestor, he would have died too, and the Taishang lineage would have been completely eradicated. The Red Dust Ancestor took a liking to him because he was born with a Dao Saint Heart. The Dao Saint Heart is a rare fortune in the Great Dao, allowing effortless comprehension of the Dao, immunity to all evils, and invulnerability to all magic. He cultivated under the Red Dust Ancestor for millions of years, reaching the Taiqing Golden Immortal Realm before venturing out on his own. He traveled to many places, including Ling Mountain. Notably, he encountered the Celestial Buddha before he accepted the Emperor of Eternal Life as his disciple. Guan speculated that this karma might be one reason for the Buddha's protection of the Emperor of Eternal Life. Despite his tragic beginnings, Taishang had a bold and outgoing nature, always making friends through combat. Regardless of gender, if he wished to befriend someone, he first proposed a spar, though never forcing those who refused. He even befriended immortal gods, many of whom sought to ascend to immortality. One celestial god aspired to become the god of destruction. Linking this to the Black Profound Emperor's memories, Guan speculated that the celestial god and the god of destruction might indeed be the same person. Taishang, now a Miaozhen Daluo immortal, was born earlier than previous reincarnation bodies. His life was even more remarkable than that of the Emperor of Eternal Life, filled with justice and enmity, adored by many daughters of heaven. Yet, he was solely devoted to the Tao, saving many worlds and leaving behind legends and myths. However, life's journey was not always smooth. The Celestial Court sought to recruit him into the immortal class, but he refused, even clashing with immortal officials, completely defying celestial rules, incurring the Celestial Court's pursuit. After narrowly escaping death several times, he was attacked by a supreme immortal. As he was about to die, his master, the Red Dust Ancestor, appeared and saved him, though suffering severe injuries and a curse from the heavenly Tao. The master and disciple fled to a mysterious universe. The Red Dust Ancestor sealed himself, instructing that only the legendary eternal fruit could save him. Taishang was devastated. To him, the Red Dust Ancestor was not just a master but a father. This was his first true setback, deeply affecting him. He changed completely, not immediately seeking the eternal fruit but focusing on cultivation, aiming to reach the Supreme Immortal's realm before re-emerging. Unfortunately, he underestimated the Celestial Court's power. Just as he set foot on the path of the Great Tao, immortal gods pursued him. Luckily, his cultivation was strong enough that the initial waves of immortal gods couldn't handle him. Until the Celestial Tao Venerable attacked, casting him into the desperate celestial tomb, where he endured the curse. Over the long years, Taishang gradually lost consciousness. It wasn't until much later that he sensed a karma similar to his own. Using this karma to break free from the desperate celestial tomb, he escaped, leaving the other person behind in his place. Guan guessed this karma belonged to Fairy Yao Xian, specifically to her unborn child, the son of the Emperor of Eternal Life, Sin. Comprehending his origin and karma, Taishang sensed his connection with the Emperor of Eternal Life. Both men realized they were reincarnation bodies, completing each other's redemption in their respective lives. Fairy Yao Xian suffered a karmic backlash, unable to return to the Tao. But the desperate celestial tomb was unique, her child could hide there with time standing still. The giant palace where Sin resided was created by Taishangju, shielding him from the tomb's evil forces. Taishangju saved the Emperor of Eternal Live's son while the Emperor, through his offspring, helped Taishangju escape the tomb's suppression. Thinking of this, Guan felt deeply moved and somewhat proud. No wonder it's him. After escaping the tomb, Taishangju wandered the void of the Great Tao for a long time before returning to the Great Thousand World recently. He harbored a deep hatred for immortal gods but felt a slight kinship with Zhu Shi, deriving from their shared karma. That's why he acted against the immortal gods of the divine court. Though he seemed insane, he retained a shred of his will. He captured Han Sha, immortal monarch, to investigate the plot behind the demon god, intending to use the immortal gods for finding the eternal fruit. Taishangju was unaware of his destiny, but Guan, having inherited his memories, knew. Taishangju would cause many upheavals, ultimately falling to the celestial court, never finding the eternal fruit before his demise. He scattered the white jade stones across the 3,000 great worlds, fearing such an outcome. If he failed, he hoped his true self would help him find the eternal fruit. Since it's my own request, I naturally must help you. Guan looked down at the white jade stone, thinking thus. Inheriting Taishangju's memories deepened his comprehension of the Great Tao, and his soul began to transform. CTH Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Tao Saint Heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714, He is also my master. Taishang's life was extraordinary and moving. To the very end, he became a figure representing rebellion against the celestial authority in the hearts of all living beings. Guan could not intervene in Taishang's life, nor did he intend to. Taishangju was his reincarnation body, and Guan had a guiding role in the path Taishangju walked. After all, during lifespan reincarnation, he could make choices for Taishangju. Moreover, Guan discovered that although the reincarnation bodies within lifespan reincarnation couldn't directly interact, they could intertwine through cause and effect. This gave Guan many ideas about the path of cause and effect. Lifespan reincarnation started from him, so none of his reincarnation bodies would appear in his world. They couldn't meet, nor would they affect each other's lives. The path of reincarnation seemed to have levels. Lower-level reincarnations followed a sequence over time, while higher-level ones could disregard time. Even the Supreme Celestial Emperor enjoyed reincarnation, but no one knew where he was. Taishang's master, the Red Dust Ancestor, once said that the Celestial Emperor was omnipresent. At the beginning and end of reincarnation, he could even appear simultaneously in different spaces and times. Could lifespan reincarnation be akin to the Celestial Emperor's path of reincarnation? Guan had wondered whether he might be related to the Celestial Emperor. But as soon as this idea was born, he dismissed it, thinking he was overthinking. His lifespan reincarnation couldn't penetrate the Celestial Court, indicating that Celestial Tao destiny would block lifespan reincarnation. Also, his reincarnation bodies were repeatedly eradicated by Heavenly Court immortals, forming a grudge. Moreover, his reincarnation bodies were destined to die, their lives' end visible to him. With the setting sun sinking into the sea, Guan reviewed Taishang's memories while feeling his heart transform into a Tao Saint heart. Throughout this process, his many great Tao achievements were enhancing. Lifespan reincarnation was a gamble. If a reincarnation body died prematurely, it was a loss. But Taishangju lived long, and the benefits to Guan were immeasurable. Of course, lifespan reincarnation could also bring other cause and effect troubles. Though people couldn't directly deduce his identity through the reincarnation bodies, some causes and effects touched his heart. As night fell, Guan's heart fully transformed into a Tao Saint heart. Beyond that, he also mastered many of Taisheng's divine skills and Daoist techniques. He was Taishengju, and Taishengju was him. The night was cool, and the bright moon reflected on the sea. Guan lowered his eyes, crushed the white jade stone in his hand, feeling the Tao intent left by Taishengju, which would guide him to find the seal of the red dust ancestor. After a while. Sar the novel _fire. ed website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan slowly stood up. Desperate celestial tomb, it's time to settle this cause and effect. Guan murmured to himself. With his current cultivation level, he could now detect the location of the desperate celestial tomb and sense the curse and evil forces within it. Sin and Fairy Yao Xian had suffered from the karma retribution from the great Tao of cause and effect, forever barred from the great Tao. The desperate celestial tomb, a special area within the great Tao, could accommodate Sin. The grand palace Taishengju built could shield Sin from torment. This was the only thing Taishengju could do. His cultivation level was not enough to counter the great Tao of cause and effect. Guan couldn't do it now, either, but he was gradually able to see through the desperate celestial tomb. He foresaw that once he reached a higher realm, he could resolve the curse on Sin and bring Sin to Wuxia for cultivation. As for Fairy Yao Xian, still lost to the great Tao of cause and effect, he believed he could trace her through Sin. And Lu Qiuxian in the River of Destiny, Guan would find a way to help him escape the path of destiny. These tasks were not troublesome for Guan. They were remnants of his past lives, and through these past lives, he became stronger. Next, he would wait to live 1 billion years. Guan's lips curved upward as he disappeared from the spot. After the Tao court dissolved, the world fell into greater chaos. The 100 great sects scrambled for territory and resources, and all living beings gradually awakened. It turned out that the world's illness did not lie with the Tao court. The major sects of the world did not care what the people thought, they only saw unparalleled opportunities and wanted to compete to become the sole ruler of the world. Even the Qianquan sect went mad, and the 5 leaders, Yi Qingshan and others, could hardly control it. 1,000 years later, the human world remained in chaos, with constant slaughter. In a courtyard within the Qianquan sect, Yi Qingshan, Lin Chuan, Cheng Meng, Gu Changsheng, and Gu Qingdao were entertaining an Xian. The 5 of them had founded the Qianquan sect, now renowned across the world. Their disposition and mindset had matured, whereas an Xian seemed younger than them. We are truly old now. Even our juniors no longer listen to us. Cheng Meng sighed while pouring tea for an Xian. The others agreed. The entire Qianquan sect was eager to expand, placing more value on cultivation resources than the virtues of the righteous Tao. With young talents like Yuan Luo leading the charge, many already sought to force the elders to relinquish power or even step down. An Xian spoke, since ancient times, any sect that wishes to endure through the ages must undergo such trials. Now is the test for both Qianquan sect and you. Guan only allowed her to protect the 9-spirit continent, so she couldn't interfere. She watched Yi Qingshan and the others founding the Qianquan sect. Over more than 1 million years, new generations of disciples represented Qianquan sect, paying tribute to her. Through these disciples, she sensed the growth of the Qianquan sect. She regretted the fate that awaited it but wouldn't alter it. Forget it, we are tired. We founded the sect to seek revenge and rebuild our homeland. Now that these wishes are fulfilled, it's time to let go. Yi Qingshan said with emotion, and the others agreed. They were truly weary and wanted to focus on their cultivation. An Xian did not refute, perhaps it was the best outcome. Yi Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then looked at an Xian and asked, "Senior, we've always wanted to know about our master's situation. Is he well?" Back then, they came here knowing Guan was in seclusion. They thought, like them, Guan was under Anzin's protection. After more than 1 million years, Guan often went to Qianquan sect but never met them. They could never forget the master who taught them immortal cultivation in their youth. Though they no longer remembered his face, his figure remained etched in their minds. An Xian put down her teacup and, under their expectant gaze, said, "He is well." These 3 words brought great joy to the 5. "Actually, he is my master too. He has never needed my protection, it is he who protects me. By that, I can be considered your senior sister," an Xian calmly explained. These words left Yi Qingshan and the others stunned. They witnessed Nzin's strength but did not know how powerful Guan was, as he once told them his realm was only the foundation establishment realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7:15, Guan turned out to be Nzin's master. This fact deeply shocked Yi Qingshan and the other 4, their emotions unable to settle for a long time. It turns out that the master has always been here, secretly supporting them. They were filled with gratitude, and Cheng Meng's tears gushed out uncontrollably. Yi Qingshan took a deep breath. He did not question Nzin's words but instead asked, "Can we enter Wuxia to cultivate, serving the old master?" The other 4 snapped back to reality, looking toward an Xian with anticipation. An Xian smiled and said, "I can't decide on this matter, I need to ask my master. You should first deal with the Qiankuan sect. Once you enter Wuxia, coming out won't be so easy." Yi Qingshan and the others naturally knew this, and they hurriedly agreed, promising to handle the aftermath of the Qiankuan sect. Meanwhile, inside Wuxia Daoist field, Guan was picking mature medicinal herbs, the ghost mother of ephemera following behind. Suddenly, a series of prompts appeared in front of Guan. Frowny face, your lifespan has broken through for the first time to 100 trillion years, beginning random upgrades of lifespan function, your lifespan barrier function upgraded, lifespan barrier upgraded successfully, lifespan barrier, consume lifespan to activate lifespan barrier, it can block all prying, perception, and deduction. The consumed lifespan is determined based on your cultivation aura and the required spiritual energy. The range of the lifespan barrier can be freely manipulated. As expected, it was an upgrade of function. Upgrading to lifespan barrier is indeed a good thing. Guan had long felt the lifespan barrier was too small. He wondered how large the new lifespan barrier could be and how much lifespan it would consume. The most important thing is, he can prepare to break through. Guan didn't stop what he was doing, continuing to pick medicinal herbs, only stopping after he finished harvesting all the herbs in this medicine garden. Sarch * the novel, F. Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All picked medicinal herbs were collected by the ghost mother of ephemera. Seeing him finished, the ghost mother of ephemera couldn't help but remark, "Master, what I most admire about you is your perseverance. Whether it's writing, painting, or picking medicinal herbs, you can persist for so many years. Watching you pick herbs, I feel every move contains profound meaning, embodying the principles of the great Tao." Guan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Your ability to flatter has reached the transformation realm." "I wasn't flattering, I truly think so," the ghost mother of ephemera said earnestly. After over 1,000,000 years together, she knew Guan was not a stern person, so she dared to speak her mind with him. The great Tao is everywhere. In anything done with persistence, you can sense the Tao. The primordial Tao Emperor perceives the path of natural Tao without fighting. Calming oneself to feel everything around is very important. Guan said sincerely, not speaking nonsense, for indeed the Tao is omnipresent, and the Wuxia Daoist field is filled with his Tao intent, making it easier to comprehend the Tao here. The ghost mother of ephemera nodded and said, "I usually strive to understand the Tao and have not neglected cultivation. Although you joined me not through good fortune, after spending so many years together, I've always seen your efforts. You should feel that I treat you like a disciple, right?" Guan said while stretching. The ghost mother of ephemera nodded quickly and said, "Master's kindness to me, I've always seen it. Over 1,000,000 years, she has come to manage the medicinal herbs planting, with the third-generation disciples only assisting her. These treatments made her understand Guan indeed valued her, proving her efforts have moved him. The two chatted casually as they moved forward, with the ghost mother of ephemera cherishing such opportunities. An hour later, Guan finally left Wuxia Daoist field alone. He walked in the woods on the edge of the Jianghu sect, silently practicing lifespan breakthrough. You have activated lifespan breakthrough function, and based on your current realm, the following breakthrough sites are selected for you: 1. Path of the Great Tao, 2. Or Spirit Holy Mansion, 3. Hongmeng Great World, 4. Deep Domain, 5. Jiuhong Great World, 6. Endless Tao Mountain, 7. Boundless Yin Yang Inverted Realm, 8. Final End, 9. Supreme Origin Forest. Some places appeared before, and some were seen for the first time, unheard of. Guan first thought that the foundations of Path of the Great Tao, or Spirit Holy Mansion, Hongmeng Great World, and Endless Tao Mountain are terribly frightening, capable of nurturing beings surpassing Tao Extreme Daoist Immortal. Like the Great Thousand World, it simply couldn't bear his breakthrough. Now, he felt the Celestial Spirit Great World was fragile. If he sneezed hard enough, the Celestial Spirit Great World would shatter. Not just the ground beneath him, the entire universe couldn't withstand his power. Thinking it over, Guan decided to go somewhere new. After all, lifespan breakthrough would transport him to a safe place. Guan's gaze fell on the ninth option, Supreme Origin Forest, which had appeared before. It was worth checking out. Boundless Yin Yang Inverted Realm and Final End sounded dangerous and strange, better not to test them. Guan decided. Teleporting to Supreme Origin Forest requires consuming 10 billion years of lifespan. Continue? Continue. Guan made the choice, his figure disappearing from the original spot. After a long-awaited state of no sensation, Guan opened his eyes, immediately activated lifespan barrier, then began to observe his surroundings. He stood above a silver-blue Qi sea, with gigantic silver trees towering in front of him. The narrowest tree had a diameter exceeding 1,000 zhang, while far off were terrifying giant trees with diameters surpassing millions, billions of li, making everything seem tiny in comparison. These silver trees were peculiar, entwined with various Tao rules, some even bearing fruits which were transparent, containing slices of heavens and worlds within. He could even sense the vitality of living spirits. Such heavens and worlds numbered countless, more than the stars outside the celestial spirit great world. This is the Supreme Origin Forest. Guan looked down. The silver-blue Qi sea underneath felt like solid land, yet within it lay an even more expansive region, deep and unfathomable like another great heaven and earth. He looked carefully and found numerous soul-like entities drifting in the depths, some human-like, some beast-like, bizarre and diverse. Moreover, the Tao spiritual Qi here was extremely abundant and very unique. He had never felt such fresh spiritual Qi. He looked up again, gazing at the source trees all around. This mysterious and grandiose forest contained a special Tao mystery. Each tree seemed like a part of a formation. The Supreme Origin Forest is extraordinary. Guan stopped thinking further and focused on the lifespan barrier. With the lifespan barrier successfully upgraded, he could use his mind to enter the macro manipulation scene of the lifespan barrier and expand it through thought. The expansion seemed endless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7:16 Breakthrough to Xianxia Primordial Immortal. Guan fumbled around the lifespan barrier at the original spot, eventually expanding the barrier to cover an area equivalent to that of the 9-spirit continent. He called up his attribute panel and invested 100 billion years of lifespan into his physique. Using 400 billion years of lifespan, the primordial reincarnation undying body upgraded to the primordial Tao creation body, but even 1,000 billion years wouldn't be enough for the next advancement. This time, he didn't plan to enhance himself comprehensively but instead focused entirely on his cultivation level. The reason for upgrading his physique was to observe how quickly the lifespan barrier now consumed lifespan. Numerous prompts quickly appeared before his eyes. The 100 billion years of lifespan did not upgrade his physique. Since he already invested in it, he had to succeed. Guan continued to invest lifespan, putting in increments of 100 billion years each time. This investment turned out to be much greater than he anticipated, rapidly surpassing 1 trillion years, making him somewhat regretful. The leap was too significant, from 400 billion years of lifespan to 1 trillion years of lifespan. Guan suddenly felt that even 1 quadrillion years of lifespan wasn't that much. Eventually, the primordial Tao creation body transformed into the primordial infinite creation Tao body, totaling 5 trillion years of lifespan consumed. From 400 billion years to 5 trillion years, an increase of over 100 times. Just for the addition of infinite? Guan took a deep breath, and the Tao spirit Qi of the Supreme Origin Forest began to surge violently into his body. He fixed his gaze on the lifespan barrier, watching the lifespan numbers flash by rapidly. Though faster, the consumption was still within an acceptable range. Before long, numerous Tao insights penetrated his mind, forcing his consciousness to sink into the comprehension of the Tao. The lifespan barrier extracted Tao spirit Qi from the Supreme Origin Forest, causing various phenomena to manifest, Tao spirit winds howling through each source tree, while the blue Qi sea below surged ever more intensely. An hour later, Guan successfully transformed into the primordial infinite creation Tao body. He opened his eyes to find the Supreme Origin Forest still in turmoil, with countless blue stars swirling around each source tree, illuminating the entire world. Not seeing other beings, he focused on the lifespan consumption of the barrier. 3,000 billion years of lifespan. Still acceptable. He now had 940 trillion years of lifespan remaining, though inexplicably, he felt a slight sense of crunch. Taking a deep breath and clearing his mind, he began to invest lifespan into his cultivation level. Starting with 10 trillion years. You have cultivated through Qi absorption for 100 billion years, you forcefully attempted to advance the primordial Tao fruit with great achievement using the myriad Tao extinction skill, began crossing the tribulation, but failed to withstand the primordial 9 yang great celestial tribulation. Tribulation failed. You have cultivated through Qi absorption for 200 billion years. You forcefully attempted to advance the primordial Tao fruit with great achievement using the myriad Tao extinction skill, began crossing the tribulation, but failed to withstand the primordial 9 yang great celestial tribulation. Tribulation failed, 100 billion years each time. Good heavens! Earlier, advancing to Tao extreme Daoyuo immortal only required 20 billion years each time, highlighting the vast difference between Tao extreme Daoyuo immortal and primordial Tao fruit. Though this difference created pressure, it also heightened Guan's anticipation. Previously, breaking through the major realm consumed 23 trillion years of lifespan, this time it should succeed within 50 trillion years lifespan. Calculating the prompts before him, Guan's heart raced. Ultimately, even investing 10 trillion years of lifespan each time failed to succeed. Guan remained calm and continued investing lifespan, still putting in 10 trillion years each time. The phenomena in Supreme Origin Forest were calming down, with the giant source trees radiating various shades of silver-blue light, making the whole world seem magical. After a while, Guan's expression began to turn grim. Even investing 100 trillion years lifespan failed to break through. Clearly, it was impossible to reach the perfection realm for the next major realm this time. No matter what, achieving the next major realm first was a must. A determined look in Guan's eyes, he continued investing lifespan. However, the next 10 trillion years lifespan also failed to see success. He started to imagine the terror of the primordial 9 yang great celestial tribulation. Someday, he would have Yang Jian and Li Xuanmiao investigate this tribulation in the celestial court, to understand the difficulty of the tribulation he was crossing. After a while, Guan's investment in his cultivation level surpassed 40 trillion years lifespan but still no success. He continued to invest. You have cultivated through qi absorption for 5,400 billion years, you forcefully attempted to advance the primordial Dao fruit with great achievement using the myriad Dao extinction skill, began crossing the tribulation, but failed to withstand the primordial 9-yang great celestial tribulation. Tribulation failed. You have cultivated through qi absorption for 5,500 billion years. You forcefully attempted to advance the primordial Dao fruit with great achievement using the myriad Dao extinction skill, began crossing the tribulation. You withstood the primordial 9-yang great celestial tribulation. Tribulation succeeded. Your cultivation level advanced to the early stage of Xian Qi primordial immortal realm. You have cultivated through qi absorption for 1 trillion years. Your cultivation level increased, finally succeeded. From the perfection realm of Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal to the early stage of Xian Qi primordial immortal realm, it actually took 43,500 billion years of lifespan. Truly exaggerated. So long as the breakthrough succeeded, Guan was revitalized, anticipating the might of Xian Qi primordial immortal. The Dao spirit qi in this realm surged abruptly, the dark sky suddenly lit up, and Guan saw a gigantic mountain larger than the entire celestial spirit great worlds heaven and earth. No. It wasn't a mountain, but a source tree. Squinting, Guan saw an even larger presence behind the source tree. Sir the novel, F. Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This realm was also boundless. Even with the cultivation level of Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal, it was impossible to see an end in a short time. As Guan was about to break through, the Dao rules within Supreme Origin Forest started to disorderly scatter. Unlike the previous phenomena during breakthroughs, now the Dao rules became perilous, even twisting space. The Dao seemed to sense danger, instinctively resisting, and when the Dao gets angry, the world it built naturally faces upheavals. The blue qi sea beneath Guan surged violently, like a storm-tossed sea, the waves rising higher and higher. Suddenly, Guan glanced into the distance, and felt a formidable presence emerging from a distant source tree, stronger than Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal, searching for the cause of the Dao disturbance. Such a powerful presence, and it seems closely linked to the source tree here. Could it be that the Supreme Origin Forest is his creation, and he established the formations for the forest distribution? Guan remained vigilant, fortunate that the entity did not fly towards him. Even an existence surpassing Dao extreme Daoyuo immortal couldn't detect the lifespan barrier. As Guan pondered, he suddenly felt numerous presences rushing out from the blue qi sea below, ceaselessly and irresistibly. Boom! In the distance, the blue qi sea exploding and stirring up giant waves, countless silver qilins of varying sizes rushed out, scrambling for the sky. Guan could sense the strength of these silver qilins. Even the weakest had the cultivation level of free immortal, and the strongest reached the heaven-opening Daoyuo immortal realm. As they sped away, those chaotic Dao rules actually avoided them, not causing them harm, making Guan curious about these silver qilins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 717. My name is Guan. Guan watched the group of silver qilin for a moment, then his consciousness was drawn to the enlightenment of the great Dao breakthrough, and he quickly entered a state of enlightenment. Primordial Dao fruit. This is the final stage of the Dao fruit, and also the beginning of the Dao realm. The so-called Xian Qi belongs to his Dao Qi, and his destiny will converge here as well. The Dao fruit is not just formed to induce mana, its true goal is to create the great Dao. Guan has already created his great Dao, which is the primordial Dao Emperor. In the unseen, the word primordial has long been inspiring him. The ultimate of Dao is primordial. As Guan comprehended the primordial, he returned to the starting point of each of his lives, repeating his life endlessly. In his past life on Earth Wuxia, he was just an ordinary person, growing up stumbling, working an ordinary job, marrying, having children, and living a life like most people. As Chu Lu, Shao Xingtian, Long Zhan, Black Profound Emperor, Lu Hanshi, he lived the rugged and arduous life of immortal cultivation. As Ji Shi, he lived an adventurous life of battles, fighting continuously from the moment he gained awareness, constantly breaking through in battles, traveling to different worlds and realms for battles, never stopping until death. As Yang Xian, he was obsessed with sword Dao, living only for the sword. As Emperor of Eternal Life, he could not achieve eternal life due to his obsession, and the repetition of his life left Guan deeply exhausted. As Tai Shangju, he was like a true cultivator, carefree before offending the celestial court, traveling across the heavens, making good friends, experiencing enmities and lovers' feuds, even reincarnating, meeting immortals, going to the 9 netherworlds, and even beyond the great Tao. The breakthrough of lifespan could be completely digested within an hour, but Guan, immersed in reincarnations, seemed to fall into a permanent sleep. When he opened his eyes, his appearance had not changed, but his overall aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. He was no longer a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal, but a Xianqi Primordial Immortal. Opening his eyes again, everything in the Supreme Origin Forest had changed in his eyes. He saw the end of the Supreme Origin Forest, where a blue Qi sea flowed down, falling into endless darkness. Everything in the Supreme Origin Forest was in his eyes, including those hiding in the shadows. The powerful existence he had previously startled was a Xianqi Primordial Immortal. Although he couldn't determine if the other's cultivation level was higher than his, the other did not make him feel in danger. Apart from this Xianqi Primordial Immortal, the second strongest in the Supreme Origin Forest was a Miaozhen Daluo Immortal, the realm master of the Supreme Origin Forest, ruling over countless living beings, all of whom lived far away. The lifespan breakthrough had transported Guan far from them. Guan could see through their cause and effect. The Xianqi Primordial Immortal was the one who created the Supreme Origin Forest. Of course, this world was not created by the Xianqi Primordial Immortal, he merely opened those source trees, subduing the Dao spiritual Qi of the world under the trees. Those silver Qilin were Dao source Qilin, divine beasts raised by the Xianqi Primordial Immortal. Of course, neither the Dao source Qilin nor those living beings knew of the Xianqi Primordial Immortal's existence. Like-minded people, reclusive in the world. Guan withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to look at his hands. So strong. Unbelievable that I could become this powerful, Guan murmured to himself. At this moment, he felt invincible. He could even sit here and gaze at the 3,000 great worlds, the celestial spirit great world, misty immortal court, and desperate celestial tomb all in his view. Countless parallel worlds, little worlds of varying sizes formed by intertwining cause and effect, all presented before him, enough to drive those immortals insane. Guan looked at his lifespan. This breakthrough had consumed more than 20 trillion years of his lifespan, leaving him with less than 30 trillion years. Breaking through to the perfection realm seemed impossible. But another minor realm breakthrough should not be difficult. Guan began to invest his lifespan into his cultivation level. He spent 19 trillion years of his lifespan and successfully reached the mid-stage of the Xianqi Primordial Immortal realm. Opening his eyes again, the Dao rules of the Supreme Origin Forest were still rampant, countless Dao source Qilin and cultivators patrolling everywhere, but as vast as this realm was, they never passed over Guan's head. Guan looked at his lifespan, now less than 6 trillion years. Sir, the Novel Fire, NE*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Let's stop here. Guan stood up, looking in the direction of the Xianqi Primordial Immortal. He didn't plan to make acquaintances with the other, his breakthrough needed to be kept hidden. Although it needed to be hidden, the leap in strength gave him more confidence to deal with any trouble the Celestial Court might bring. He could already see the location of the Celestial Court, where the Celestial Dao destiny was vast and scorching, sacred and inviolable. Guan silently activated the teleportation function of the lifespan breakthrough. In fact, he could just jump out directly, but there was a Xianqi Primordial Immortal here, and he feared leaving traces. He didn't want to gamble because he could easily earn back this bit of lifespan. After returning to the celestial spirit great world, he didn't go back to the Daoist field of the beginningless but stepped out of the outer heaven, arriving at the desperate celestial tomb. The desperate celestial tomb was still desolate, with dust everywhere, massive buildings buried by sand and wind, mysterious and ominous. Fairy Yaoxuan's 1,000-foot-long finger was still there, pierced into the ground. The original power within had disappeared, replaced by the sinister energy of the desperate celestial tomb. Guan raised his hand and placed the giant finger into his sleeve, then stepped towards the massive palace where Sin was hiding. This 1,000-foot-long finger would have descended upon the 3,000 great worlds in the future, bringing terrible catastrophe to all living beings. But now, this fate had been changed, at least this finger would no longer affect the 3,000 great worlds. As Guan walked, the wind and sand swirled around him, unable to touch him. Sinister powers were brewing within the desperate celestial tomb, but they couldn't harm the Xianxia primordial immortal. He walked through this realm, completely unaffected. As he walked, he continued to comprehend the desperate celestial tomb. This realm buried an ancient skeleton, too long deceased for Guan to determine its cultivation level. But from this point, it could be inferred it was likely the skeleton of a Xianxia primordial immortal. Otherwise, why would he need to reach the Xianxia primordial immortal level to be unaffected by this realm? Guan always felt that this Xianxia primordial immortal would revive again. The sinister power of this realm was spreading out from his skeleton, as if feeding on the blood and chi of living beings to prepare for resurrection. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with him. He was not interested in interfering with other cause and effect. As long as they didn't provoke him, he would not hinder their path of survival. Finally, he arrived in front of the massive palace where Sin lived. The door was slightly ajar, only a crack visible, but up close, this crack also appeared very wide, the inside pitch black, like a gateway to the 9 nether purgatory. He did not step into the palace, only waited at the crack of the door. Soon, footsteps came from the darkness. A young boy slowly poked his head out of the darkness, curiously looking at Guan, cautiously asking, "Who are you? Why are you here?" He spoke the language of the immortal cultivation realm. It seemed Fairy Yaoxuan's finger had helped him a lot. Guan showed a smile and said, "My name is Guan, I've come to take you home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 7:18 As the sun set and dusk enveloped the mountain range, Guan and Sin paced through the forest's edge, their shadows elongating under the slanting rays of the sun. Trailing behind Guan, Sin glanced left and right with wide-eyed curiosity. He was fascinated by every flower, plant, and tree, a stark contrast to the lifeless scenery of the desperate celestial tomb. Every now and then, Sin would look towards Guan, his eyes filled with wonder. Although he didn't know Guan, he felt an inexplicable warmth upon first sight. Of course, this was primarily because he had yet to form any perceptions, not understanding good from evil or the intricacies of human nature. As they walked, Guan and Sin encountered one of the third-generation disciples, Jianghu, practicing his swordsmanship in the woods. Upon noticing Guan, Jianghu immediately stood upright and bowed. He then noticed Sin at Guan's side. Another junior brother? Jianghu wondered silently. He scrutinized Sin, noting that despite his young appearance, there was something unusually eerie about his aura. After all, those who entered within the beginningless must be extraordinarily talented. However, here within the beginningless, even such talent is measured by another standard. Jianghu considered himself mediocre among the disciples. Guan nodded slightly towards Jianghu. As he passed by, he halted and said, "This is your junior uncle, named Sin." "Junior uncle?" Jianghu was taken aback, feeling a wave of surprise. Did Ancestor just personally take on a disciple? Guan continued on his way as Jianghu, coming back to his senses, quickly bowed deeply towards Sin and addressed him as junior uncle. Sin, full of curiosity, moved in front of Jianghu, poking his arm and then his cheek, making Jianglan quite uneasy. Sin, hurry and follow, Gu An's voice drifted in. Sin quickly caught up. Jianglan turned and watched as Sin, glancing back, made a playful face at him. For some reason, Jianglan found this amusing and felt the distance between them shrink. It even made him look forward to the days ahead. With a new junior uncle, the future days within the beginningless seemed sure to be lively. Jianglan sheathed his sword and quietly followed them. The Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As night fell, all the beginningless disciples gathered in Gu An's courtyard, making the place feel a bit crowded. Everyone curiously examined Sin, even an Xian and Shenzhen were surprised. They never expected Guan to take on a disciple. Sin, not yet understanding what it meant to be nervous or uneasy, curiously scanned the crowd despite their stares. His name is Sin, and I have personally taken him on as my disciple. His origins are unique, coming from beyond the 3,000 great worlds. Although he looks young, he is actually much older than anyone here. He was trapped for a long time, and I expect you all to guide him well, Guan introduced with a smile, causing everyone to be amazed. LV Xian was the first to ask, beyond the 3,000 great worlds? What kind of place is that? The third-generation disciples were hearing for the first time about places beyond the 3,000 great worlds. They knew Ancestor was incredibly powerful, but the extent of his abilities was unclear. Hearing this, they felt a sense of awe and admiration. Not to mention places beyond the 3,000 great worlds, they hadn't even explored this great world entirely. It is a place unimaginably distant. Even if you surpass a free immortal, you won't be able to reach it, but as long as you cultivate diligently, one day you might arrive there yourself, Guan answered simply, not revealing the existence of the desperate celestial tomb. That place held the bones of a Xianqi primordial immortal and involved complicated cause and effect. The disciples began to discuss animatedly. An Xian softly said to Guan, "Master, don't worry, I will personally teach him." She knew Guan was busy and couldn't keep an eye on every disciple all the time. Of course, she also knew what Guan was preoccupied with, but she believed that after achieving such strength, he deserved to enjoy himself, given the hardships he had faced. "No worries, you focus on your cultivation. I will teach him personally, or let Ghost Mother guide him," Guan smiled and said. Sin had been trapped in the desperate celestial tomb for so many years, and Guan intended to make up for that by guiding him personally and broadening his horizons. Additionally, Guan had his own reasons for involving the Ghost Mother of Ephemera, wishing for her to integrate better into the beginningless. After hearing this, an Xian couldn't help but wonder internally. Could Sin be Master's son? She turned to look at Sin but couldn't see any resemblance to Guan. Everyone could sense Gu An's regard for Sin, and together with Sin's mysterious origin, all were filled with curiosity about him. Sin's curiosity about everything made the following days within the beginningless very lively. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. The Qianquan sect plunged into internal strife. After Yi Qingshan abdicated the sect hierarch position to Yuan Luo, conflicts between various factions became incessant, with hidden dangers lurking everywhere. At the onset of spring that year, Guan took Sin to visit Jiangqiong at the Gathering Flower sect. The Gathering Flower sect seized an opportunity to rapidly expand, and with Gu An's help, Jiangqiong achieved the status of free immortal, an entity with considerable influence even in the current era. Watching Sin darting around outside the pavilion, Jiangqiong was filled with curiosity. Although Sin still looked like a youth, dressed in white with a red sash around his waist, his black hair tied up high behind his head, he carried an air of vigor and spirit. "Is he really your disciple?" "He feels more like your son," Jiangqiong remarked, turning to Guan with a puzzled expression. Looking at Sin, she couldn't help but recall her first meeting with Guan. Though he was already grown then, he seemed much more immature compared to now. Guan laughed, "What's the difference between disciple and son? Once a teacher, forever a father." Jiangqiong, propping her chin with her hand, looked at Guan with a playful smile. Do you want a biological son? I could give you one. Guan shook his head with a wry smile. You and I are cultivators, what need do we have for children? He truly believed this, he didn't want to complicate things with cause and effect any further. Unlike disciples, one can't sever ties with one's children so easily. Given his current abilities and the resources of the beginningless Dao court, having children might result in raising little tyrants. Most importantly, Guan really didn't have expectations towards having children. Master, can I go out and play? Sin stood on the courtyard wall and called out. Guan replied, Go ahead, but don't wander too far. Just as Jianghu was about to speak, Sin vanished from the courtyard wall. This movement technique surprised Jianghu. His speed far surpassed that of his realm. This kid's talent and comprehension seemed extraordinary. Jianghu said, I wanted to ask someone to accompany him, but he's in such a rush. Guan laughed, Don't worry, this kid won't get into trouble. It's good he's out, it gives me the chance to instruct you personally. Jianghu's face lit up with a smile, her eyes narrowing to crescent moons. Actually, I do have some confusions that need your guidance. As she spoke, her hand gently rested on Guan's leg. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, The Anxious Blood Prison. Great Saint. After staying at the Gathering Flowers sect for 2 days, Guan finally returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless with Zui, walking in the woods at the edge of the dojo. Zui hopped and skipped beside Guan. Master, when are we going back to the Gathering Flower sect? Zui asked cheerfully. Compared to a century ago, Zui had become more lively. He was already at the Nirvana realm in cultivation and had officially embarked on the path of immortal cultivation. Fairy Yao Xian had left him some power, which Guan had sealed to prevent karma retribution from the great Dao. Why? Have you found a girl you like? Guan asked with a smile. Even without Jianghu's arrangements, Zui had quickly made friends with several female disciples of the Gathering Flower sect in just 2 days. Mainly because he was handsome and young, he attracted the attention of female cultivators wherever he went. He wasn't shy and could chat with anyone. Zui tilted his head and replied, Those little sisters are indeed very cute, and I enjoy interacting with them. But compared to them, I think there are many places and people in the Gathering Flower sect worth exploring. He wasn't immature, he was just accustomed to his physical form, so he maintained this appearance. His mind was constantly growing, and he understood the feelings between men and women, but he had no interest in such relationships. Guan could hear his thoughts, this kid just wanted to have fun. Then you need to cultivate diligently. If you perform well, it'll take you there again in the future. Guan replied with a smile. Master, you're the best. Zui immediately became happy and hugged Guan's arm, excitedly talking about what he had seen and heard in the past 2 days. After walking for a while, Zui suddenly noticed someone. It was a young woman who was injured and leaning against a large tree, cultivating energy to heal herself. Hearing the conversation and laughter between Guan and Zui, she opened her eyes and looked wary. Guan pretended not to see her and continued forward. As they got closer, the young woman grew increasingly nervous. Zui also stopped talking and curiously looked at the young woman. It was only when Guan passed by her that she secretly relaxed. Seeing that Guan didn't say anything, Zui didn't ask further questions. After the two of them disappeared at the end of the woods, the young woman finally completely let go of her stress. Wait, this is a forbidden area. Are they, people from the beginningless? The young woman thought to herself. A sudden impulse to chase after them arose. She was being pursued and had fled here. If she could get help from the beginningless, she might escape from this ordeal. As soon as this thought was born, a surge of unexplained fear arose in her heart, making her quickly give up the idea. On the other side, Guan and Zui stepped into the dojo's range. Although Zoe's cultivation level wasn't high, he could feel the sudden surge of spiritual energy, and he knew he was home. Master, that person just now seemed injured. Is there a problem with the Qianquan sect? Zoe couldn't help but ask. He had been to the Qianquan sect before but hadn't sensed the internal conflicts of the sect. Guan looked ahead with a long gaze and said slowly, the Qianquan sect is going to disband. Our dojo will become larger in the future. Are you happy? What's there to be happy about with it becoming larger? Master, there are so many people on this continent. Are you going to drive them away? Zoe pursued. What do you hope I should do? I hope you will let them stay. This way, the beginningless will become more lively. Of course, this is just my idea. If you fear disturbance in cultivation, then drive them away. Zoe replied. In his heart, his master was already the most important person. He listened to his master's words and would never forget the long, tedious years in the desperate celestial tomb. Since that's the case, let's do as you wish and let them stay on the continent. Guan patted Zoe's head and smiled with satisfaction. He cared more about Zoe's character than his cultivation level. Without a heart of compassion, one would eventually walk down an extreme path. Hearing this, Zoe became even happier, but Guan continued, letting them stay is fine, but you must not bully them in the future. Regardless of their cultivation level, you must always respect others. Understand? Don't worry, Master, I will remember it. Zoe said. The two of them chatted as they walked toward the forest ahead. The mountain forest of the Daoist field of the beginningless seemed vast and boundless, but in the nine-spirit continent, it was just a small piece. The affairs of the world are much the same. The Qianquan sect is experiencing a great calamity. Many people feel that the sky has fallen, but their sky seems insignificant in the grand scheme of the world. On a meteor along the path of the great Tao. The blood prison great saint, Fang Xian, and 5 other cultivators sat together, the atmosphere heavy. A male cultivator looked at the blood prison great saint and couldn't help but ask, Second brother, do you have to go back? Haven't our 7 brothers lived a joyful and carefree life? The others followed in urging him. The reason was that the blood prison great saint was preparing to leave the path of the great Tao and return to his sect, which they couldn't understand. Is being someone's steed really that good? Now, the 7 of them roamed the path of the great Tao. Even if they encountered a Daoist emperor, the 7 of them together had the power to escape. They had already made a name for themselves, and their future was bright. Fang Xian understood Gu An's strength. He knew that the blood prison great saint's choice was correct, though he was still reluctant. He could only refrain from persuading or agreeing. The blood prison great saint glared and said, Shut up. My master is the most powerful existence. You cannot offend him. Moreover, my return is the best choice and leaves you a lifeline. A lifeline? Why? Another cultivator asked. The blood prison great saint snorted, the great Tao is boundless. You will eventually encounter enormous trouble. When that time comes, ask me, and I can ask my master to help. These words left everyone exchanging glances, unsure of how to respond. Actually, you can stay. A voice suddenly sounded. The blood prison great saint was about to retort when he widened his eyes and stood up abruptly, turning around to see Guan and Zoe approaching them. Master. The blood prison great saint was immediately thrilled and knelt to the ground. The others stood up, curiously and nervously studying Guan and Zoe. Fang Xian's forehead broke out in cold sweat, his entire body stiffening as he recalled the nightmare of following the battle court to attack the celestial spirit great world. Zoe followed behind Guan, curiously looking at the 7 of them. Guan walked straight up to the blood prison great saint, looked down at him, and said with a smile, You can think it over carefully. If you want to stay outside, I won't force you to come back. Our bond remains. Although the blood prison great saint was said to be his steed, he was actually no different from a disciple, as Guan didn't need a steed in his daily life. Having spent so much time together, Guan had grown very fond of the blood prison great saint and saw him as one of his own. Impossible. I said I would be your steed for life. Unless you chase me away, I cannot leave you, the blood prison great saint said anxiously, his heart in chaos. Has my master found a new steed during my absence? Is it Celestial Cyan, Tian Bai, or another Demoness? Damn it! Guan heard his thoughts and felt helpless. Why are they always demonesses? Curse him, for thinking such things. Guan said exasperatedly, all right, then stand up. You can come back with me later. The blood prison great saint beamed with joy and stood up immediately. Seeing him grinning foolishly in front of Guan, Fang Xian and the other 5 found it absurd. They had never seen the blood prison great saint so obsequious. Fang Xian was somewhat prepared, knowing Gu An's identity, but the other 5 were filled with curiosity, wanting to know about Gu An's origins. Master, why are you here? Did you specifically come to pick me up? With your divine skills, a wave of your hand could transport me back, the blood prison great saint asked curiously. His words made his 5 sworn brothers secretly alarmed. Guan replied, indeed, I came to pick you up and to help you all with a problem. A problem? The blood prison great saint and the others were puzzled. Fang Xian cautiously asked, Sword. Senior, what problem do we have? Guan looked at him, causing Fang Xian to lower his gaze in fear, feeling very uncomfortable. This surprised the other 5. S.E.A. The novel, F. Ire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Why is Big Brother so afraid of second brother's master? Guan answered, you have been too bold in your actions and have offended a Daoist emperor. Behind him is the ascending to Yellow Heaven sect. This void has already been sealed. You have nowhere to escape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, Yellow Heaven Golden Rain Ascending to Yellow Heaven. Hearing this name, the blood prison great saint, Fang Xian, and the others' faces changed drastically. Having roamed the path of the great Tao for so many years, they naturally knew the fame of ascending to Yellow Heaven. It was an extremely ancient cosmic plane, mysterious and powerful. The blood prison great saint turned his head to look at the others, frowning and asking, who has a vendetta with ascending to Yellow Heaven? Everyone looked at each other, and one yellow-robed Daoist carefully said, I haven't offended ascending to Yellow Heaven, but I encountered a cultivator from ascending to Yellow Heaven before. He was very interested in the primordial Tao Emperor, so we had a conversation. The blood prison great saint widened his eyes and said angrily, so you revealed us to him as well? The yellow-robed Daoist responded aggrievedly, second brother, didn't you and eldest brother say that we should promote the primordial Tao Emperor more? The stronger the overall destiny of the primordial Tao Emperor, the more benefit we receive. The blood prison great saint was stuck, only looking at him angrily. Fang Xian was not nervous because Guan had come personally. Though ascending to Yellow Heaven was renowned, he could never forget the scene of Guan single-handedly suppressing the battle court, a memory that haunted him forever. Master, will you help us teach ascending to Yellow Heaven a lesson? The blood prison great saint turned to Guan, asking expectantly. If Guan could take action, it would greatly boost his reputation. He often boasted to his brothers about his master's strength, but seeing is believing, and he wanted to show his brothers their master's power. Most importantly, the master was taking action for him, proving that he had chosen the right person to follow. The others also looked at Guan, even though they didn't know how strong he was. However, over the long years, they often heard the blood prison great saint boast about the strength of the Lord of Wuxia, which piqued their curiosity. Moreover, Guan said that ascending to Yellow Heaven had already surrounded this void, yet he could sneak in unnoticed, which indicated his confidence in confronting ascending to Yellow Heaven. Guan did not answer the blood prison great saint but instead introduced Zui to him. Blood prison great saint, I've often heard my mentors mention you. Zui said obediently, which made the blood prison great saint warm to him immediately, responding with a hearty laugh. The blood prison great saint appeared casual, but his mind was filled with curiosity. Where did this boy come from? He must have an extraordinary background to be brought here by the master for exposure. Guan smiled and said, you all sit down first, wait for ascending to yellow heaven to make the first move. He took out the fate pen, which he had now reforged. It was as long as a treasure sword, its bristles like 3,000 white threads, exuding immortal energy. Their gazes were drawn to the fate pen, and at first sight, they felt it to be an immortal treasure. Since the master has spoken, everyone sit down and watch the show, said the blood prison great saint, then beckoned to Zui, letting him sit by his side. He had many questions for Zui. Guan turned his back to them, spinning the fate pen with one hand. He could destroy ascending to yellow heaven now, but he wanted to use this opportunity to show others the power of the primordial Tao Emperor. In fact, he had a personal grudge with ascending to yellow heaven, or more accurately, a past life grudge. It was the Emperor of Absolute Thought from ascending to yellow heaven who killed Long Xian. That was an existence even the silent destruction god Emperor couldn't contend with. To the current Guan, the Emperor of Absolute Thought was nothing. The strongest within ascending to yellow heaven reached only the heaven-opening Daoist immortal realm, and there were only 3 of them. Of course, having 3 heaven-opening Daoist immortals as support made ascending to yellow heaven exceptionally formidable. Besides the Daoist immortals, ascending to yellow heaven had over 100,000 golden immortals. To know, most celestial gods guarding the great thousand world only reached the innate golden immortal realm. By comparison, one can see how terrifying ascending to yellow heaven's foundation was. The blood prison great saint chatted with Zui, and though Fang Xian and the 6 others sat down, they dared not speak. Soon, they were drawn by Zui's words, as he spoke of the current situation of Wuxia, sparking their curiosity. As time ticked away. An hour later. The blood prison great saint turned his head to Guan, about to ask where ascending to yellow heaven was, when suddenly, a dark yellow light screen descended from the darkness at the top of the void. It moved so fast that it quickly enveloped the void they were in. The meteor under their feet seemed like a tiny speck of sand within the light screen, insignificantly small. Everyone's faces changed dramatically, rising to their feet, looking up. Sir, the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Within the dark yellow light screen, they saw golden rain falling from the top of the universe, growing heavier. As it was about to fall on the meteor, the golden rain turned to mist, quickly dispersing. Ascending to yellow heaven golden rain. This rain has extremely strong corrosive properties, capable of annihilating both the soul and form of a being. At the same time, it can imprison time and space, locking cause and effect, making it impossible for the enemy to escape. Fang Xian said, his tone heavy, eyes filled with tension. Even though he had full confidence in Guan, seeing the legendary yellow heaven golden rain still made him feel uneasy, a primal response to the terrifying power. As the golden mist spread, the cosmos brightened, but the area around the meteor became hazy and eerie. Looking around, they could see no exit. The speed at which the yellow heaven golden rain descended was incredibly fast. They felt the weight pressing on their flesh and souls, as if an invisible giant mountain was crushing them, making it hard to breathe. Zui, however, was not nervous, only curiously observing his surroundings. After leaving the desperate celestial tomb for so many years, he had seen battles and slaughter, but he had never seen his master fight. This filled him with anticipation. 2 primordial Tao emperors, I come today, hoping not to disturb you. A vast and commanding voice echoed through the cosmos. As the words fell, terrifying figures appeared in the golden mist surrounding the meteor. Dragon and phoenix shadows, and other figures resembling Qilins and Suanis flew by. A majestic figure appeared before them, like a creator god overseeing all beings from outer heaven, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, making people instinctively want to kneel. The blood prison great saint was secretly shocked. Having achieved the realm of a primordial Dao emperor, he had even fought against the heaven-encompassing free immortal. Though he wasn't a match, he had never felt despair. This mysterious and majestic figure gave him an unbeatable feeling. This aura was stronger than when he faced Guan in the battle court. Fang Xian also compared the aura with Gu An's previous display, feeling a bead of sweat for Guan. The one coming was immensely strong. Countless terrifying figures flew within the golden mist, like pets raised by the majestic figure, countless in number, surrounding the meteor where Guan and the others were, blocking all directions. The blood prison great saint, seeing Guan remain silent, shouted loudly, "Seniors of ascending to yellow heaven, we have not offended you." He used the respectful form, showing his inner tension. He feared neither heaven nor earth, but that depended on the situation and opponent. The mysterious figure before him had the most terrifying aura he had encountered in all his years. Even as a primordial Dao emperor, he had no will to fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 721, Smiting Enemies with a Stroke of the Pen. Inconceivable, indeed, you all haven't offended me, but I am very curious about you. The vast voice again echoed, imbued with an indescribable dominance. This condescending attitude brought great pressure to blood prison great saint, Fang Xian, and the others. The mysterious beast shadows within the yellow heaven golden rain were still hovering, and distant shouts from thousands seemed to emerge from the yellow heaven golden rain. Just as blood prison great saint was about to speak, Guan looked up, and he immediately shut his mouth, not responding further. Everyone else also looked towards Guan, waiting for the upcoming battle. Sinner tilted his head, his gaze toward the majestic figure in the distance filled with curiosity. Compared to the upcoming battle, he was more curious about the opponent's cultivation level. To those ascending to yellow heaven, take this moment before the battle starts to retreat. Cultivating for thousands and thousands of lifetimes isn't easy, don't let your path end in vain. Gu An's voice rang out, though not as imposing as the majestic figures, but clear and understandable to everyone present. Upon these words, the shouting within the yellow heaven golden rain ceased. The entire void fell into silence. That majestic figure looked down, gazing at Guan, seemingly astonished by his words, surprised that someone dared to address him in such a manner. "Do you know my name?" The vast voice sounded again, filled with a teasing tone. Guan chuckled, "What, fellow Daoist wants to report your realm to pressure me?" He had just recently broken through and was eager to show his divine skills. He had already reached the Xianqi primordial immortal realm. Even if he had concerns, such existence wouldn't be the one in front, nor within ascending to yellow heaven. Among the myriad causes and effects in ascending to yellow heaven, even the strongest beings invited here were mere ants before him. It seems you have some backing. In that case, I'll give you a chance. Tell me, which force or divine being makes you so confident in facing ascending to yellow heaven? The vast voice inquired, seemingly cautious, yet filled with ridicule. If blood prison great saint and others truly had significant backing, they wouldn't have suffered multiple serious injuries in the past hundreds of thousands of years and stayed hidden here. Ascending to yellow heaven was interested in primordial Dao emperor but never acted rashly. They had observed blood prison great saint and others, confirming they didn't have a significant background like Xuanji emperor before making a move. Moreover, judging from the seven's causes and effects, they never deduced them up to golden immortals, merely a group of lucky great world cultivators. If you still refuse to retreat, I'll assume you are hopelessly stubborn. Guan didn't answer the vast voice's inquiry but warned again. The vast voice laughed in anger, "This universe has already been sealed by us. You can only rely on yourselves now. Though you have hidden your aura, if you have the ability to take them away, why not leave directly?" With these words, the countless shouts within the yellow heaven golden rain erupted again. The divine beast shadows accelerated, ready for battle at any moment. The golden mist surrounding Meteor began to churn violently, causing Meteor to tremble, as if it might shatter at any moment. Blood Prison Great Saint, Fang Xian, and the others grew tenser, staring at the majestic figure, unable to imagine the upcoming battle. Even if Guan could win, it would likely be a fierce battle. They wondered if they could endure it. Guan shook his head, having already advised. Since the opponent sought death, he could only reluctantly accept their lifespans. Since it's come to this, let me personally teach you, the vast voice sounded again, a terrifying intensity suddenly erupted. However, before he could finish speaking, Guan suddenly raised the fate pen, drawing a stroke towards the sky like a drunken poetry immortal splashing ink across the sky. With just a stroke, the golden mist before him scattered instantly. The true forms of true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and other divine beasts began to appear and then turn to ashes, revealing the majestic figure's true form. A middle-aged man in a large black robe, larger than the entire meteor, his eyes like stars. Facing Gu An's stroke, he had no time to react, merely widening his eyes instinctively. Boom! His majestic body exploded into ash, as the yellow heaven golden rain scattered, resembling a vast golden ocean split open, forming two magnificent golden streams in the universe, like the opening of the universe's eyes. You have successfully seized 190,872,902,371 years of life from Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan, late stage of heaven balancing golden immortal realm. You have successfully seized 280,111,904 years of life from bloodthirsty profound flood dragon. Mid-stage of heaven encompassing free immortal realm, you have successfully seized 170,892,417 years of life from Chentao, perfect innate golden immortal realm. You have successfully seized 31,823 years of life from Taiga Chonglin, early stage of profound Yuan free immortal realm. Countless notifications frantically popped up before Gu An's eyes. The majestic figure speaking to him was precisely Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan. The one who came wasn't the true form of Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan, but Gu An's fate pen was a supreme treasure of cause and effect, erasing the true form hidden within ascending to yellow heaven along with him. Not only Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan but also thousands of great cultivators from ascending to yellow heaven guarding beyond the universe were slaughtered by him. Being enemies, Guan certainly wouldn't be merciful. The yellow heaven golden rain quickly dissipated, and the trembling meteor began to regain peace. All fell silent. Blood Prison Great Saint, Fang Xian, and the others were left dumbstruck. Even having witnessed Gu An's battles before, they were deeply shaken. Sinner's expression wasn't as exaggerated, but his eyes shone brightly, fists clenched, body trembling with excitement. Guan turned, looking at Blood Prison Great Saint, smiled, the trouble is resolved. Let's go. Sinner instantly flashed to his side. Blood Prison Great Saint snapped out of it, running over, carefully asking, Master, didn't you mention this universe being surrounded by ascending to yellow heaven? What about the enemies beyond the universe? The others snapped out of it too, nervously looking at Guan. Guan waved his sleeve, taking Blood Prison Great Saint and Sinner away, but his voice still lingered, reaching Fang Xian and the 6 others. No need to worry, they are all dead. Hearing this, Fang Xian and the 6 felt incredulous once more. A cultivator raised his hand instinctively, mimicking Gu An's stroke, feeling as if in a dream. Sia the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Just one stroke. How high is Second Brother's Master's cultivation? The yellow-robed Daoist couldn't help exclaiming. The others began to open up, expressing their excitement. Fang Xian recalled those nightmare-like experiences, his heart now filled with curiosity. What kind of existence is the supporting Dao Sword Venerable? Could he be an immortal god descending to the human world for leisure? Ascending to yellow heaven, colossal to the 3,000 great worlds, seemed insignificant before the legendary celestial court. Fang Xian took a deep breath, not joining the discussion with his brothers. He gazed into the distance, the two golden streams still lingering in the void, evidence of the previous events. He suddenly had a thought. Perhaps the Blood Prison Great Saint's choice was right. If they meet again, Blood Prison Great Saint's cultivation might very well surpass his. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722, Yellow Heaven. Emperor Ancestor Feng Xian took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind of distractions. He looked at the distant afterimages of two golden streams and said, "All right, let's stop chatting and carefully sense the power of the primordial Tao Emperor. This is the opportunity left to us by that senior." Upon hearing this, the remaining 5 people fell silent and began to carefully perceive their surroundings. Immediately, they all became excited. Indeed, it is the destiny of the primordial Tao Emperor, so vast and overwhelming. Was that senior also a primordial Tao Emperor? Nonsense, have you forgotten? Second brother was directed to the path of the great Tao by that senior, it's to make him walk the same path. Perhaps that senior purposely showcased the power of the primordial Tao Emperor to us, so we could gain stronger determination. That's certainly possible. One day, I will possess the same demeanor as that senior. The 5 cultivators did not say much more and soon immersed themselves in a state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, the Blood Prison Great Saint had already returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless. Having ventured out for so many years, his return brought a sense of nostalgia for what was lost. The speed at which he returned from the path of the great Tao was incredibly fast. He felt as if he had only blinked, and he had been separated from his sworn brothers forever. Even though he had achieved the status of primordial Tao Emperor and possessed might that swept across realms, he still couldn't fathom how his master could carry him and Zui across such a vast distance instantly. "Master, what realm was that person in earlier?" Zui followed beside Guan and asked curiously. The fight was too swift for him to catch the details, leaving him puzzled. "Heaven Balancing Golden Immortal Realm," Guan responded while glancing at his attribute panel. The ascension of over 1,000 great cultivators to Yellow Heaven provided him with nearly 40 trillion years of lifespan, surpassing tens of thousands of years of accumulation. At this moment, a disturbance had already occurred within the Yellow Heaven, as these cultivators left behind their destinies within Yellow Heaven. If they perished, Yellow Heaven would detect it no matter where they were, especially since the true body of Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan died within Yellow Heaven. "Heaven Balancing Golden Immortal Realm," Zui murmured, memorizing this realm's name. He hadn't heard of this realm before, indicating that aside from his master, no one else in the dojo had reached this realm. The Blood Prison Great Saint snapped out of his thoughts, took a deep breath, and caught up with Guan and Zui, his heart filled with excitement. He was satisfied with his completion of the task, and he looked forward to sparring with an Xian again. This time, he was determined to win. As Guan answered Zui's questions, he transmitted a message to the other Wuxia disciples, asking them to prepare to listen to the Blood Prison Great Saint's lecture. An Xian was just a step away from becoming a primordial Tao Emperor, and the others were still pursuing this path. The Blood Prison Great Saint's lecture could inspire them. In the vast world covered in yellow sand, towering peaks stood as if they were the pillars of the world. On one of the most magnificent giant mountains, a huge palace sat atop, bathed in majestic golden rain. Inside the palace, figures sat cross-legged on stone seats, surrounded by yellow sand, arranged in an orderly fashion. At a glance, it was hard to tell how many people were present, each with an extraordinary aura. Sitting at the forefront was an elder, 10,000 feet tall, clad in a loose Daoist robe. His right hand held a finger to his chest, his white hair flowing, and 3 bright suns floating behind his head, illuminating the grand hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was very tense, as the cultivators of the Yellow Heaven secretly transmitted their thoughts to each other. Immortal Emperor Bu Yuan is dead, cursed by a powerful force of cause and effect. Although his true body was within Yellow Heaven, his avatar took people to the path of the Great Tao. I need someone to explain. The elder in the Daoist robe slowly spoke, his tone cold. Sir, the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He was the master of Yellow Heaven, the Yellow Heaven Emperor ancestor. Once he spoke, someone immediately stood up and said, Ancestor Emperor, I sent my disciple to investigate the primordial Tao Emperor. I instructed him to act cautiously, but unexpectedly, he acted recklessly and offended a supreme being. If this matter brings trouble to Yellow Heaven, I am willing to take responsibility. As soon as he finished speaking, several others stood up, expressing their awareness of the matter. They all believed that the primordial Tao Emperor could change the layout of the Great Tao, hence supporting Immortal Emperor Buyuan's investigation of the primordial Tao Emperor. The Yellow Heaven Emperor ancestor squinted his eyes and asked, Primordial Tao Emperor? How does he compare to the Daoist Emperor? As he spoke, he began to deduce the primordial Tao Emperor, and was surprised to find that the primordial Tao Emperor's destiny had already spread on the path of the Great Tao, and even some great worlds harbored his destiny. Just sensing this destiny, he felt its potential rivaled that of the Daoist Emperor. Immortal Emperor Buyuan's master began to narrate his understanding of the primordial Tao Emperor, with others adding their insights. They mentioned many names, all of whom were pursuing the primordial Tao Emperor, with the most notable being the Xuanji Emperor. The reputation of the Xuanji Emperor's prodigy was renowned on the path of the Great Tao. He switched allegiance from the Daoist Emperor to the primordial Tao Emperor, causing a significant impact. After a while, when the hall quieted down, the Yellow Heaven Emperor ancestor slowly said, Select 10,000 disciples to enter the path of the Great Tao and pursue the path of the primordial Tao Emperor. Remember, it is to pursue, no other tricks. As for the matter of Immortal Emperor Buyuan, set it aside for now. Yes, Ancestor. Everyone in the hall responded in unison. They did not feel wronged as Yellow Heaven had stood tall this long not by seeking revenge for every grudge. To be able to use cause and effect on the path of the Great Tao to penetrate Yellow Heaven's destiny and slay Immortal Emperor Buyuan, no one wanted to oppose such an existence, not even Immortal Emperor Buyuan's master. The Great Tao is long and filled with obstacles. Dying on the path is too normal, the living are what matter most. In the autumn season, Guan was watering flowers in the Daoist field of the beginningless. Besides picking medicinal herbs, he occasionally did other chores. No one expected him to pick medicinal herbs, at least all the disciples believed he simply liked rural life, possibly related to his experience before immortal cultivation. An Xian suddenly appeared beside Guan, her expression complex. She asked, Master, is the primordial Tao Emperor really that powerful? Yesterday, she had sparred with the Blood Prison Great Saint, and the two had fought to a draw. This left her deeply shaken, as she previously believed her immortal emperor's eye was invincible, the most powerful divine skill of her master. Although she aimed to become a primordial Tao Emperor, in her heart, he was merely icing on the cake, not comparable to the power of the immortal emperor's eye. She pondered all night but couldn't figure it out. Little did she know, the Blood Prison Great Saint had locked himself away, also spending all night unable to understand why he couldn't defeat an Xian. The Blood Prison Great Saint decided never to venture out again, thinking that cultivating with his master was more promising. The primordial Tao Emperor is just a type of destiny power, varying from person to person. You don't need to antagonize it, it can make your immortal emperor's eye stronger. You can become the primordial Tao Emperor, but the Blood Prison Great Saint cannot cultivate the immortal emperor's eye. Guan casually replied. The immortal emperor's eye was a secret inheritance, in the entire Daoist field of the beginningless, only an Xian inherited it. Others were not even aware of the term immortal emperor's eye. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, The Fall of the Immortal Gods. After hearing her master's words, an Xian felt justified and immediately relaxed. Indeed, Why should she fear the power of the primordial Tao Emperor? Why doubt the immortal Emperor's eye? As long as she becomes the primordial Tao Emperor, the blood prison great saint could never be her match. Master, aren't you teaching the other disciples to cultivate the immortal Emperor's eye? An Xian asked curiously. She wasn't afraid of other disciples knowing it, but she felt that if all Wuxia disciples could master such power, the future of Wuxia would be limitless. Guan replied, the immortal Emperor's eye brings immense trouble and is not suitable for everyone to cultivate. He has many divine skills, there's no need for every disciple to master all his Daoist techniques. Moreover, the immortal Emperor's eye isn't something that can be easily cultivated. Back then, he passed it on to an Xian just to try it out. Unexpectedly, an Xian showed great comprehension in the immortal Emperor's eye. Seeing Guan had made up his mind, an Xian stopped dwelling on the issue. She asked several questions about the primordial Tao Emperor and left satisfied after getting the answers. Guan continued to stroll in the medicine garden. Even if no one was watching him, he needed to maintain such habits. Since Wuxia Dojo became lively after Sin, and now with the return of the blood prison great saint, life could be described as chaotic. The third-generation disciples were all curious about the experiences of the blood prison great saint, and the blood prison great saint also wanted to share, eventually forming a bond with the third-generation disciples. Spring passed and autumn came. 500 years flew by quickly. On this day, in a Jianghu sect tavern, Guan and the unbeaten emperor ancestor were drinking together. He planned to let the unbeaten emperor ancestor take back the 20 unbeaten emperor clan prodigies. He had called them earlier to help Jianghu sect establish its foothold. Now Jianghu sect was nearing its end and no longer needed them. The unbeaten emperor ancestor asked, Master, why not let them stay and establish a sect? If you need them in the future, you can command them anytime. Guan laughed and asked, haven't your unbeaten emperor clan been facing troubles recently? Don't you need their power? The unbeaten emperor ancestor was secretly alarmed. Guan could see the situation in the primordial emperor domain even though he stayed in the celestial spirit great world. Master, you jest. If the unbeaten emperor clan needs these juniors' power to overcome difficulties, we wouldn't be worthy of the emperor clan title. The unbeaten emperor ancestor shook his head and laughed. Guan understood the unbeaten emperor ancestor's thoughts. This arrangement was to strengthen their relationship and to leave seeds behind. The unbeaten emperor clan had left their bloodlines in all 3,000 great worlds as a precaution. Guan thought for a while and said, fine, let them stay in the celestial spirit great world. They can develop their own sect, even compete for dominance, but if they commit evil and threaten the great world itself, I won't allow them to act recklessly. The unbeaten emperor ancestor was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately raised his cup to thank Guan. Guan turned his head to look at the street outside. The bustling Jianghu sect disciples walked hurriedly, keeping their distance from each other. The whole street lost its usual liveliness, filled with a tense atmosphere. The unbeaten emperor ancestor also turned his head to look, sighing, prosperity and decline are also part of reincarnation. Our emperor clan has experienced it too, even faced near extinction several times. Guan chuckled softly, indeed, it's all reincarnation. When you come next time, you won't see the current scenery. The unbeaten emperor ancestor thought deeply about Guan's words, feeling there was more to it. Then, Guan continued drinking with him, exchanging 3,000 great worlds intelligence. About the competition for the Son of Heaven, Guan had already informed the unbeaten emperor ancestor. The unbeaten emperor ancestor had been paying attention over the years. The primordial emperor domain does not belong to the 3,000 great worlds. Often immortal gods descend into the domain, and the unbeaten emperor ancestor learned through his connections that there was indeed a competition for the Son of Heaven. Who these two sons of heaven were, could not be determined for now, but the unbeaten emperor clan knew which planes and sects were involved. Even if it was an intricate conspiracy, destined to be wiped out by Xianqian, some still chose to enter the fray. Guan patiently listened, driven mainly by curiosity. When it involved the celestial court, he couldn't completely foresee the fate, but he could already see the chaos of the 3,000 great worlds in the future. That calamity would expose many hidden great powers, even causing the fall of immortal gods. When he saw the scene of immortal gods falling, it meant he had the qualification to observe the cause and effect of the celestial court. As his cultivation level grew stronger, the mysterious veil of the celestial court would gradually be lifted in his eyes. The two talked for a long time, until dusk, then the unbeaten emperor ancestor bid farewell. He had to instruct those 20 juniors first. Guan leisurely walked towards the street. Walking along, he encountered someone, none other than Li Ya's sister Li Xuanyu. Since discovering Guan near Qianquan sect, Li Xuanyu had stayed in the Qianquan sect and was now considered part of its high echelon. Their meeting on the street was no coincidence. Guan had calculated she would walk this street. Li Xuanyu saw him without surprise. Their frequent encounters over the long years made her accustomed. Each time they met, Guan would provide her with some opportunities or guidance. After numerous encounters, she realized these coincidences were Guan's deliberate intentions. "Are you about to reveal Qianquan sect's future to me?" Li Xuanyu asked curiously as she approached Guan. In recent centuries, the internal strife of Qianquan sect escalated. Yuan Luo acted domineeringly, offending many people. Some rose while others fell. Upon confirming Yuan Luo's absence of connection to Wuxia, opponents began to unite. Li Xuanyu had already seen signs of internal turmoil, but with Wuxia nearby, she remained unafraid. Like the old days in the supreme sect, regardless of the storm, the supporting Dao sword venerable always emerged to fortify and settle the turmoil. Qianquan sect is about to disperse. Are you planning to return to the Taizong dynasty or join the Wuxia sect? Of course, you can have other choices and prepare in advance. Guan spoke. He and Li Xuanyu had congenial conversations. Back then, when he wasn't strong enough, Li Xuanyu introduced him to managing cave mansions, providing him more lifespan channels. Perhaps these events had faded from Li Xuanyu's memory, but he remembered them. Throughout his journey, though lacking many enemies, few people actively helped him before he demonstrated his strength. Guan could see through the essence of the red dust, valuing those acts of kindness. Li Xuanyu asked, "Can I really join Wuxia?" She hesitated, feeling undeserving as she believed she couldn't help Guan much. Seeing her expression, Guan suddenly had an idea. What if he cultivated Li Xuanyu to be stronger than Li Ya? What would Li Ya's reaction be if he got defeated by his sister in combat? Sir the Nephire. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan found it interesting. Li Ya and Li Xuanyu were siblings, their sparring would not harm their relationship. Guan wanted to see Li Ya's frustrated and surprised expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724, Surpassing the Celestial God. Of course you can. You don't need to overthink it, but there's one thing you must understand. Once you join Wuxia, it's not easy to leave. To attain the Tao, you must endure long, monotonous years. Guan smiled at Li Xuanyu. If Li Xuanyu didn't want to join Wuxia, he wouldn't force her. Li Xuanyu nodded and said, "I understand. Following you will undoubtedly grant me power beyond all beings. If left unchecked, it could become a catastrophe for the human world. Freedom and power, one must choose between the two. Is that how you understand it?" That's not entirely wrong. In truth, the reason Guan constrained his disciples was simply because they were too weak. Going out too early would likely bring troubles beyond their ability to resolve. He didn't want to always be the one cleaning up after them. You came to invite me personally, how could I refuse? Could you give me some time to handle matters within my sect? Li Xuanyu looked at Guan and spoke softly. People around them couldn't hear their conversation, nor did anyone look their way. This wasn't the first time Li Xuanyu noticed this. Each time it happened, she felt a sense of shock and incredulity. Guan had no objections. They exchanged a few more words before passing by each other. At the same time, on the other side of the human world, in a mountain forest, there was a wooden house where Li Xianyu, who had grown up, was carving a wooden sword with a small knife. He wore white clothes, a black shoulder sleeve draped over his right shoulder, and his hair was tied behind his head with a grass rope. His defined features were filled with spirit. Clang! The door of the wooden house was pushed open. An elder in a green robe walked out, his face looking rather displeased. He didn't glance at Li Xianyu as he passed by, transforming into a white light that disappeared at the edge of the celestial vault. Li Xianyu didn't mind and continued carving the wooden sword in his hand. Liya, dressed in black, walked out from the house, stretching lazily in the sunlight. He sighed and said, "Disciple, why are there so many ambitious people in this world? The Tao court is a lesson from the past, trying to unify the world is incredibly difficult." Li Xianyu, with his back to Liya, responded, "Tao court didn't fail. They dominated for many years. It was they who chose to dissolve. The major sects in the world might just be renamed Tao court cultivators. Even with the fall of Tao court, there are still Xianting and the Immortal court. They continue to enjoy the world's resources." Liya glared at Li Xianyu and grumbled, "Brat, do you expect me to lower myself to those sects and become their lackey? Of course not. If you must join an immortal cultivation sect, it should be Wuxia. You should follow Master Gu," Li Xianyu replied without turning his head. Ever since he witnessed Master Gu's prowess, he always wanted to join Wuxia. Unfortunately, Liya would not go. He understood his master's pride. Men, after all, tend to be proud. If Master Gu were a generation above him, it wouldn't be such a problem, but they were peers. Liya snorted, "Wuxia is undoubtedly an excellent place. Do you think I don't know that? You have no idea what's on your master's mind." "Indeed, I don't. I only know that without me accompanying you, who knows when you might get seriously injured again." "Nonsense, last time was an accident." "Hee, let's say it was an accident. Without me carrying you, you would have already been reincarnated." Li Xianyu's words nearly drove Liya mad. This kid was becoming more and more disrespectful. Liya regretted acting impulsively back then. He hadn't figured out his opponent's background before making a move. He wasn't afraid, just that head-lost face in front of his disciple, making him uncomfortable. "Stop carving that wooden sword. Come, I'll take you to the sword sect for a visit. Don't you want a divine sword? I'll fulfill your wish." Liya stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite pleased with himself. Upon hearing this, Li Xianyu immediately stood up, looking at Liya with joy. Liya enjoyed this look. This was the attitude a disciple should have. The sword sect's reputation now shakes the heavens. Chen Chuan of the sword sect is the #1 sword cultivator in the world. According to you, he counts as my senior brother. Can I ask him for some guidance? Li Xianyu flashed to Li Ya's front and asked expectantly. Li Ya's eyes widened in anger. Is his sword Tao better than mine? You brat, are you trying to betray me? Of course not. I just want to gather the strengths of all sects to create my own sword Tao, Li Xianyu said earnestly. In truth, he believed that Liya wasn't a match for Chen Chuan. Since Chen Chuan had stepped into the free immortal realm, he had never been defeated. In fact, since his rise to fame, he had never lost a battle, unlike his master, whom he had seen lose with his own eyes. Every time he thought of his master, bloodied and on the brink of death, he felt a heartache. Once, Liya was an invincible existence in his mind, even Master Gu was not considered a match for him. His master's defeat shattered a belief in him. Of course, he wouldn't reveal these thoughts, afraid of hurting Li Ya's feelings. He still respected Liya, for Liya was the most chivalrous person he had ever seen. Liya had saved many suffering people like him, never seeking anything in return. Li Ya's last injury was also because he couldn't stand seeing the strong oppress the weak. Just as well, the sword sect is holding the world's #1 sword assembly. I'll challenge him, so you can see who's stronger, Liya snorted, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Chen Chuan's fame was immense. Wherever he went, he heard sword cultivators bring up this name, sparking his curiosity. It was one thing to be unable to defeat Guan, but could he not even defeat Gu An's disciple? The world was vast, filled with countless great powers. As a master, he needed to remind his nephew about this. Li Xianyu opened his mouth, wanting to refuse, but in the end, he swallowed his words. Forget it. With Master Gus' influence, Chen Chuan wouldn't harm his master. Above the sea of clouds, figures clad in silver armor, radiating the strong light of the heavenly Tao, stood like mountains. Most of their faces were filled with excitement. Zhang Buku and Suyu were among them, feeling their celestial Tao destiny as their emotions remained stirred. Is this the power of the immortal gods? Truly powerful, Zhang Buku looked at his own hands and said softly. Suyu glanced at him and said, "This is just the beginning. We have only initially obtained the celestial court's destiny. Our cultivation levels will grow rapidly from here, eventually reaching the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. If you seize the opportunity well and advance to the golden immortal Tao fruit realm, you will become a true celestial god. Heavenly soldiers aren't qualified to call themselves immortal gods yet." Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku looked up at the celestial vault. There was a boundless mass of golden clouds, and above the clouds, the celestial calming god looked down at them as if a ruler gazing upon his creations. Looking at the celestial calming god, Zhang Buku recalled the humiliating defeat he experienced on the path of the great Tao. So-called celestial gods were nothing special. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His goal was to surpass celestial gods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725, The Battle of Wuxia Xianxia. Buku was still thinking about the future, and other heavenly soldiers were also yearning for it. They had endured the trials of reincarnation and finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Just as they were immersing in the powerful destiny brought by the heavenly Tao, the overwhelming pressure of the celestial calming god suddenly erupted, suppressing the 100,000 heavenly soldiers. All heavenly soldiers looked up, their smiles fading from their faces. You have endured countless hardships and finally become true heavenly soldiers. Now, I will tell you a piece of good news. The celestial calming god's voice echoed above the sea of clouds, making all the heavenly soldiers tense. Good news? They didn't believe it. Instinctively, they thought there would be another trial. Some heavenly soldiers even showed signs of resentment. Why is the path to immortality so difficult? 2 sons of heaven will use the 3,000 great worlds as a chessboard to engage in a grand game. You will follow me to support one of the sons of heaven. The sun is the child of the celestial emperor. This game will involve many immortal gods. If the sun we support wins, you will all benefit, and some of you may even directly become celestial gods. This is a rare opportunity, one that I have never encountered. The celestial calming god's words reached the ears of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, making them fantasize wildly, and some even began to whisper among themselves. A contest between the sons of heaven. TSK, it starts again, truly relentless, Suyu marveled. Zhang Buku glanced at him and asked in confusion, "You even know about the contest between the sons of heaven?" Suyu replied, "I heard about it from a senior. The contest between the sons of heaven always uses the 3,000 great worlds as a chessboard because the 3,000 great worlds have no deep foundation. Tsungtian can easily restore them. Many sons of heaven, to prove they are more suitable to be the celestial emperor, will rally support and engage in a battle that attracts the attention of the celestial court." Zhang Buku asked in surprise, "Can the position of celestial emperor be hereditary?" In his view, the celestial emperor was the strongest among the immortal gods. How could the position of celestial emperor be passed down? Moreover, the reason human imperial power is passed down is because emperors die. But the celestial emperor is the most powerful immortal god, how could he die? Who knows? Maybe the celestial emperor is just toying with them. But there are always some sons of heaven who believe it, Suyu responded. Zhang Buku felt strange emotions. He felt as if Suyu was mocking the celestial emperor. Standing on the colorful clouds, the celestial calming god gave Suyu a deep look, then scanned the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and said, "The 3,000 great worlds will be divided into two, led by celestial gods. Before the grand contest begins, the strength of both camps will be equal, overseen by high-ranking immortal gods. This is a rare fairness. You all have a 50% chance of winning, the rest depends on your efforts." His voice was like heavenly thunder, deafening. A heavenly soldier couldn't help but ask, "If we lose, what will happen to us?" Sar the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With this question, many heavenly soldiers immediately echoed, questioning the celestial calming god. Having finally become heavenly soldiers, they had to face another trial. Who could bear it? "If we lose, I will be punished along with you. Don't worry, your celestial court destiny won't dissipate, you just need to make amends. With the destiny of the celestial court, you all are immortal and indestructible beings." The celestial calming god's answer calmed the heavenly soldiers' unease. Zhang Buku noticed that Suyu seemed to be mocking the celestial calming god. Could heavenly soldiers die too? Zhang Buku was deeply worried. He wasn't afraid for his own safety but was concerned about the calamity that could cause even heavenly soldiers to fall. How terrifying would that be for all living beings in the great thousand worlds? He was still concerned about the celestial spirit great world and those old acquaintances. "Before this grand contest begins, I will personally preach to you, so you can quickly improve your cultivation level. Strive to reach the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm before the grand contest." The celestial calming god's voice echoed again, and this statement excited the heavenly soldiers. In any case, being able to quickly improve their cultivation level was an immediate benefit. Time flew like an arrow. 300 years passed swiftly, and the Jianghu sect eventually erupted into internal strife, causing the 9 spirit continents people to suffer. Guan dispatched an exile to expel all cultivators of the Jianghu sect. In the courtyard, Guan was planting medicinal herbs. Li Xuanyu followed behind him, curiously asking, "Can an exile alone drive out the Jianghu sect?" The current Jianghu sect is not simple. Not only Li Xuanyu, but Yi Qingshan and 4 others had also moved into the Daoist field of the beginningless, each establishing their cave mansions. Once they arrived at the Daoist field of the beginningless, Li Xuanyu and Yi Qingshan were all surprised. They didn't expect that the Daoist field of the beginningless harbored so many powerful figures and talents. Not to mention the strength of Blood Prison Great Saint, Lv Xian, the celestial demon child, and others, the talent of the 3rd-generation disciples was visible to the naked eye. Even in the Jianghu sect, they would stand out. Before Guan could answer, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared on the horizon, like a celestial curtain, attracting Li Xuanya's attention. Her expression changed slightly, she sensed Nzin's presence and an extremely domineering power. Her abilities are indeed not enough, but she has a Dao treasure refined by me. Guan casually replied, tomorrow he could expand the Daoist field, extending its range to cover the entire 9-spirit continent. In the future, the people of the 9-spirit continent would also benefit. With the rich spiritual energy and Dao intent within the Daoist field, even those who don't cultivate would become stronger over time. Dao treasure? Li Xuanya's heart was filled with curiosity. She had heard of Dao treasures. Many years ago, the disciples of Wuxia had emerged and saved all living beings. The power of the Dao treasures became renowned throughout the world. But could an Xian alone expel the entire Qianquan sect with just one Dao treasure? Suddenly, she felt an extremely terrifying and chilling aura, as if it would pierce through the celestial vault. She recalled Yuan Luo's face in her mind. She could confirm that this powerful aura came from Yuan Luo, though she didn't expect Yuan Luo to be this powerful. Ancestor. A female voice came, and Shengguan Xian'er quickly ran over. Guan immediately said to Li Xuanyu, "Senior sister Li, you don't need to worry. Go back and cultivate." Li Xuanyu didn't think much, bowed, and left immediately. Shengguan Xian'er came before Guan, mysteriously pulling out a book and said, "Ancestor, this is my painstaking work, it will definitely surprise you." Guan glared at her, took the book from her hand, and sternly said, "Can't you focus on your cultivation?" Shengguan Xian'er giggled, "I am cultivating diligently. Just take a look first. I'll look at it later." Guan stuffed the book into his robe and continued planting. Shengguan Xian'er's eyes rolled, and she sidled up to Guan, saying, "Ancestor, if you are satisfied with it, could you teach me a divine skill? I also want to compete for the rankings of the third-generation disciples." Within Wuxia, there was always competition, from the second-generation disciples to the third. Every 1,000 years, a comparison was made, and currently, Zizai was still the strongest among the third-generation disciples, while Shengguan Xian'er was ranked among the last three. Why the sudden desire to cultivate divine skills? Guan didn't immediately agree but asked instead. Shengguan Xian'er pouted, "Aren't I listening to your advice to cultivate diligently?" Guan smiled and said, "You want to go out and establish a sect?" Shengguan Xian'er hurriedly explained, "Ancestor, I'm not going out immediately, but in the future. I still want to serve you for thousands of years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 726, World Gate of 10,000 Realms. Twilight approached. After an Xian returned, Guan ceased instructing Shengguan Xian'er in her divine skills and sent her away. Guan and an Xian stood shoulder to shoulder at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. An Xian softly said, "Master, that Yuan Luo will probably become a great calamity for the world. Although I expelled him, I could feel his strength and hatred. He harbors an endless supply of terrifying power within him. What do you wish your master to do, kill him?" Guan retorted. Guan had witnessed the battle between Yuan Luo and an Xian. If not for Yuan Luo borrowing the origin power, he would have been no match for an Xian. Defeated this time, Yuan Luo would be deeply agitated and continuously awaken the origin consciousness until he became a true chaos grudge Luo. Yuan Luo's life had its share of sins, yet which immortal cultivator's hands are not stained with blood? He also had his own merits. Whether he is good or bad depends on the perspective. An Xian shook her head and said, "Why would I think like that? How could I outright ask you to kill him? What I want is for you to capture him. I will discipline him and help him let go of his obsessions. I fear he will drag the Qianquan sect into an abyss of eternal damnation." She knew very well the depths of the waters in the celestial spirit great world. If things went too far, it wouldn't just be Guan, even the celestial gods could intervene, and Yuan Luo wouldn't be able to contend with them. Yuan Luo sought to dominate the world with extreme methods and had a fierce and combative style. He did not tolerate any betrayal, causing the Qianquan sect disciples to be unable to leave the sect. If they tried to flee, they would be pursued and killed. Over time, an Xian felt the consequences would be dire. She had coexisted with the Qianquan sect for millions of years and had developed feelings for it. She didn't want the Qianquan sect to meet a tragic end. Subduing Yuan Luo could bring a dignified close to the sect, and perhaps, with a new sect hierarch, the Qianquan sect could continue its legacy. No need for that. These trials are part of the Qianquan sect's fate. They have received too much of our protection and do not need to be sheltered through to the end. Instead, you should think about how to treat the continent's all living beings in the future. Guan replied, quietly choosing to activate the lifespan dojo. Please select the range of your dojo to be established. A prompt appeared, and Guan expanded his mind to cover the entire nine-spirit continent. 100 billion years of lifespan is required. Do you wish to continue? 100 billion years of lifespan. Previously, establishing the dojo required 5 billion years of lifespan. The nine-spirit continent's area was over 200 times larger than the current dojo. To Guan, this cost was worth it. The Oval Fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He chose to continue without hesitation. In an instant, nature's spiritual energy suddenly halted. An Xian noticed this and swallowed her prepared words, frowning as she looked around. This was the dojo. How could something unexpected happen? An Xian looked at Guan, who was smiling, and her anxiety completely eased. Master, what is going on? An Xian curiously asked. Guan smiled and said, I have expanded the dojo to cover the entire continent. In the future, your range of free movement will be even greater. An Xian pursued, does this mean that all living beings on the continent will be able to enjoy the spiritual energy and Tao intent of the dojo? Guan had previously mentioned he would expand the dojo. At that time, she thought it was just an expansion of the range and didn't expect the Tao intent and dense spiritual energy to extend as well. Such immense merit, an Xian could already imagine the future prosperity of the nine-spirit continent. She even began to envision the glory of Wuxia's expansion. The current Wuxia had too few people. The spiritual energy of nature only halted for a few brief moments. Soon, the earth began to tremble, and vast spiritual energy gushed forth from deep underground, causing all living beings on the continent to feel tense. Even many great cultivators residing in seclusion in the mountains were alarmed and fled. The seas at the edge of the continent began to fog up, gradually shrouding the continent. The twilight became even more melancholic. Years flew by, and 200,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The nine-spirit continent had now become a mysterious legend. Over the long years, some sects had tried to explore it, but were repelled by a mysterious force. Occasionally, some cultivators inadvertently intruded but were soon escorted out. These experiences, however, became unforgettable for them and birthed numerous legends about the Wuxia continent, symbolizing hope and representing a paradise, even suggesting the meaning of an immortal land. Crossing the vast fog over the ocean and entering the nine-spirit continent, the magnificent landscape of mountains and rivers unfolded like a painting, with demon birds soaring in the sky. Everywhere one looked, cultivators could be seen flying. Majestic and bustling cities were scattered across the continent, each region forming its own world. Yet, the original area of the Daoist field of the beginningless remained a forbidden ground where other beings were not permitted to trespass. In the courtyard, Guan stood in front of the artifact refining cauldron, manipulating the Taiching true fire. Shenzhen sat nearby, practicing her skills, while an Xian stood behind Guan, reporting the current situation. The number of living beings is increasing. At this rate, trouble will eventually arise. We can't simply expel some of them, as they are all related. An Xian spoke softly, frowning slightly. The human world must not be without a ruler. The emperor of the nine-spirit continent would offer tribute to the beginningless. Currently, the third-generation disciple Nzazai was responsible for liaising with imperial authority. Nzazai's cave mansion was established in the imperial city to serve as a warning to the imperial power. Thus, despite the passing of 200,000 years, the nine-spirit continent had not fallen into chaos. Guan replied, no need to worry. In a few days, I will establish the World Gate, allowing them to freely travel and explore. Their life and death will be their own responsibility. The World Gate? Can it connect to the myriad worlds? An Xian asked curiously. Yes, it is a Tao treasure. I will use destiny as the screening criterion to prevent external beings from infiltrating through this gate. Gu An's lips curved upward. The World Gate was his proudest creation in recent years. It could connect to the 3,000 great worlds and even some special realms. It was also a formidable Dao treasure, almost impossible for even a Dao extreme Daoist immortal to destroy. Master, aren't you afraid of exposing the beginningless? An Xian asked with a smile. Since when has your master ever feared? Guan responded with a hard tone. Now, he indeed had some confidence. Moreover, the beginningless had no intention or capability of overthrowing the celestial court. What was there to fear? The master and disciple chatted for a while, then an Xian went to summon the third-generation disciples to give a lecture. Having become the primordial Dao Emperor and as the second-generation disciple, she always kept a close watch on the cultivation progress of the third-generation disciples. She hoped that every disciple would possess great strength and not disgrace the Wuxia or their master. After an Xian left, Shenzhen opened her eyes and looked at Guan. Although I have not yet reached the level of primordial Dao Emperor, I am seeing more and more of the scenes regarding that disaster. She was referring to the great contention for the Son of Heaven, which was no secret within the Wuxia. Oh? What scenes have you seen this time? Guan casually asked. He could also see the cause and effect of the great contention for the Son of Heaven, with the figures of numerous immortal gods already appearing in his vision. Zhang Buku, Tian Hao, and Zhu Shi would all be involved, seizing the opportunity to rise during this catastrophe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727, The True Immortal. I saw an immensely large black hole appear above the void of the great Tao, from which many evil demons surged out, flying toward the 3,000 great worlds. They looked incredibly terrifying, beyond description, and even in my dream, I felt a sense of despair and suffocation. Shenzhen frowned, recounting the feelings from his previous dream. Guan was not surprised, for he had witnessed the same scene. Those demons, like Chaos Grudge Luo, originated from the outer heaven chaos. As for why they descended upon the 3,000 great worlds, Guan had not seen it for now, but he could confirm it was related to the heavenly court, because he saw a thick celestial Dao destiny in that black hole. Shenzhen continued to speak while Guan was refining treasures, listening intently and occasionally responding. An hour later, Guan left the courtyard alone, walking down the mountain path, admiring the scenery along the way and looking toward outer heaven. The misty immortal court was preparing to intervene in the struggle for the position of Son of Heaven, seeing it as a rare opportunity, prompting Tian Hao to prepare for battle early. Since joining the misty immortal court, Tian Hao had undergone many trials and tribulations, which overall had gone smoothly, making him now one of the most prized prodigies of the misty immortal court. His identity as the reincarnation of the Son of Heaven had not yet been exposed. But in the future struggle for the position of Son of Heaven, Tian Hao would awaken his origin consciousness and revert to the Son of Heaven, though whether he could return to the heavenly court remained uncertain. Looking at Tian Hao, Gu An's eyes reflected the image of An Hao. Although Tian Hao still had him in his heart, Guan could feel their bond as master and disciple was weakening, the distance growing further. When Tian Hao regains his identity as the Son of Heaven, it will be even harder for them to meet. Time really turns familiar people into strangers. Guan did not feel upset, this change only prompted him to reflect, and he rather enjoyed such a taste. He had raised an eagle, watched it grow, and now saw it soar into the sky. Sarch * the novel _fire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The cause and effect in the world are intertwined, intersecting and diverging, leading to different destinies. Seeing through destiny, enjoying every connection. After looking at Tian Hao, Guan turned to other old acquaintances, such as Jiang Qiong, Li Xiandao, the cultivators of Human World Peak, and others who had become almost strangers. 1,680,000 years had passed. Of the old friends from back then, less than 1/10 had survived, but those who lived to this day had become individuals of great power, commanding respect. Looking at them, Guan reminisced about the past. With higher cultivation, Guan could see more causes and effects, equating to possessing many memories. Past memories constantly compressed, although never forgotten, they were easily overlooked in daily life. He did not want to forget his path. Ever since breaking through to Xianxia primordial immortal, Guan could feel his state of mind changing. His immense power caused him to gradually become indifferent to many things. The distinction between immortals and mortals was real. Just as mortals cannot empathize with plants and trees, this arose from a fundamental difference. Guan finally understood why heavenly court immortals were so indifferent towards all living beings. Immortal and indestructible, their absolute power allowed them to witness any transformation in the world. To them, everything was meaningless, only alterations in their own status held significance. To Guan, the blooming and wilting flowers along the way symbolized individual lives. Gradually, with each step he took, the surrounding scenery began to change. When he stopped walking, he found himself in a field, golden rice paddies reflecting sunlight, with a village in the distance, and smoke rising softly. Guan turned to look at an elderly farmer working, smiling as he asked, "Old man, you're still working at such an age? Where are your children and grandchildren?" The elderly farmer, dressed in patched clothes, bent over and appeared to be 70 or 80 years old, moving slowly, sweat dripping down his face like tree bark, seemingly unconcerned. Upon hearing Guan's words, he stopped his task, slowly turned to face Guan, his eyes squinted into lines, toothless mouth revealing a kind smile, replied, "Though I'm old, I still have strength. As for my children, they were taken by demons in the mountains years ago. I have a grandson, though, he's studying, aiming to achieve scholarly honors soon. How could he do such heavy work?" Guan nodded slightly upon hearing this. The elderly farmer curiously asked, "Where do you come from, young master?" Having lived for so many years, he had never seen someone as finely dressed as Guan, with such outstanding temperament, resembling an immortal. Of course, even if he were a true immortal, the farmer would not be excited. He had seen through life, ready to embrace the end at any time. Guan smiled, saying, "I come from the east, longing to traverse the world, to see all the scenery in this human world. Passing by here, am a bit tired. Old man, do you mind if I chat with you?" The old farmer smiled, said, I don't mind. Why not come to my home? Though I have no fine wine or dishes, I can offer you something to quench your thirst and fill your stomach." Guan took 2 steps forward, sat on a mound, smiling, "No need, I'll just sit here and chat with you." The old farmer tried to straighten his bent frame, leaning on his hoe, smilingly watching Guan. "As I traveled, I encountered many immortal cultivation sections. Why don't you let your grandson pursue immortal cultivation but instead scholarly honors?" Guan asked. The old farmer shook his head with a smile, saying, "What's good about immortal cultivation? His parents once pursued immortal fate, but sadly, they lacked spirit roots, returning disappointed. They were captured by demons due to their unwillingness to accept this, stealing the demons' treasure. I don't want my grandson to follow their path. After all, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. If my grandson had immortal fate, his parents would not have been rejected by immortal cultivation sections. You seem to have an open perspective. But what does your grandson think? He probably wants to pursue immortal cultivation, but for now, to please me, he's aiming for scholarly honors. He wishes to establish a family and career to prevent our name from being extinguished." Guan and the old farmer conversed casually, as if discussing mundane matters, with no particular purpose, talking about whatever came to mind. He not only listened but shared his encounters along the journey, making the old farmer marvel at the vastness of the world. After chatting for about an hour, Guan finally stood up. Standing on the mound, under the sun, he stretched lazily, while the old farmer watched him, smiling without feeling sad about the impending parting. "Old man, when your journey ends, we shall meet again." Guan looked down at the old farmer, smiling softly. The old farmer paused, asking, "Are you really an immortal?" Guan replied, "Compared to me, you are the true immortal." The old farmer showed no joy or confusion upon hearing this. He continued to wear his kind smile, wiped the sweat from his face, said, "Is that so? If true, then that's wonderful. This way, I can bless my grandson with success in scholarly honors." Guan turned to leave, leaving behind a parting message: once you become an immortal, you might not care for it anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Great Immortal Divine Essence, Xianyuan Human Venerable. After wandering the human world for half a day, Guan went to the Taizong dynasty as a guest. Li Xiandao still sat firmly on the emperor's throne. In the hearts of the people of the Taizong dynasty, he already represented Sangtian, and no one dared to challenge his authority. Perhaps due to his friendship with Guan, Li Xiandao had always been considerate and loving towards his people. Although there were internal conflicts within the Taizong dynasty, the general populace remained loyal to him. Guan could hear people's inner voices and see through anyone's essence. Yet, he never judged a person's worth based on their inner thoughts. Everyone's heart has a dark side. As long as Li Xiandao did not commit any great evil, Guan could tolerate it. Recently, Li Xiandao had his own troubles, not for the affairs of the Taizong dynasty, but for his own cultivation. He too had reached the Zizai immortal realm and needed to undergo the reincarnation tribulation to advance further. However, this tribulation was not a matter of a day or two. Once he embarked on reincarnation, the world would certainly be thrown into chaos. His princes numbered over 100,000, and many had already gained great notoriety. If he disappeared, it would surely cause significant trouble. To this, Guan could only guide him in pursuing the path of the primordial Dao Emperor. Li Xiandao had previously obtained the chance of the primordial Dao Emperor by accident but gave it up due to insufficient comprehension. Now, hearing Guan personally say that the path of the primordial Dao Emperor was the correct one, he had no choice but to reassess this opportunity. Guan only guided and did not go all out to assist Li Xiandao. He had already helped enough. Without him, Li Xiandao would not have reached where he was today. If Li Xiandao could not hold on to imperial power, it meant it was destined to be given up. Guan's days were so simple: planting and harvesting, playing musical instruments, practicing calligraphy, painting, and occasionally visiting old friends. Though plain, he did not find it tedious and fully enjoyed this kind of life. 10 years passed by in the blink of an eye. It was near noon on this particular day. Zizai led a man up the mountain toward Guan's courtyard. Along the way, third-generation disciples Lu Zidao and Li Qing happened to be descending. Upon seeing Zizai, the two immediately greeted him. Zizai nodded without saying much and continued up the mountain with his companion. Lu Zidao and Li Qing fixed their gaze on the person behind Zizai. They had never seen him before, but his profound aura indicated he was no ordinary being. After a while, Zizai led the man into the courtyard and respectfully bowed to Guan. Guan was lying on a rocking chair reading a book. He spoke softly, "You may leave." Zizai immediately retreated. Shenzhen, who was meditating in front of the artifact refining cauldron, turned his head and gazed at Tai Immortal Monarch. Standing beside Guan, Tai Immortal Monarch had reverted to his true form. The Dharma aspect behind his head swayed slightly, exuding the demeanor of an immortal god. Guan flipped over, tucked the book into his robe, and smiled at Tai Immortal Monarch. He asked, "How about it? Do you still think about your grandson?" Tai Immortal Monarch's expression was indifferent, vastly different from the old farmer he appeared as 10 years ago. It was impossible to associate the two. Having gone through so many lifetimes, how could I hold on to attachments in each one? Tai Immortal Monarch replied. He paused and said, before becoming an immortal monarch, I had already experienced countless reincarnations. If one intends to erase my divine nature through reincarnation, it is impossible, not even I can change it. Guan stood up, turned his head towards the courtyard entrance, and motioned for Tai Immortal Monarch to follow. Tai Immortal Monarch said nothing and followed Guan. They did not walk far, merely to the cliff outside the courtyard. Guan looked at the rainbow between the distant mountains and said, You came to this world because you favored the Son of Heaven reincarnated here, right? Now, with the 3,000 great worlds about to face a struggle among the sons of heaven, yet the one you chose is still caught in the red dust. What do you think about this? A struggle among sons of heaven? Tai Immortal Monarch raised his eyebrows, unsurprised, and sneered, those two sons of heaven indeed couldn't suppress their ambitions. Guan turned to him, waiting for him to continue. Those two sons of heaven are the great immortal divine Yuan and Xianyuan human venerable. Their cultivation levels are not among the best, but their mothers are favored by the celestial emperor. Lacking in talent, they thought to play a game with the 3,000 great worlds. They are overconfident, in my view, neither stands a chance. Tai Immortal Monarch snorted coldly, clearly holding those two sons of heaven in disdain. Guan asked with a smile, Then what do you think of the son of heaven you wish to support? Does he have hope of becoming the celestial emperor? Tai Immortal Monarch responded, No son of heaven can become the celestial emperor. The reason I chose him is that I believe he will eventually return to the celestial court and be favored by his majesty. Eventually, he will become the war god of the celestial court. This is my opportunity. If that's the case, then stay in this world. I will pave the way for you in the future. As he spoke, Guan took off a string of wooden tokens from his waist, the transformed forms of the 72 immortals of Jianghu, and tossed them to Tai Immortal Monarch. Tai Immortal Monarch looked at Guan with deep meaning in his eyes and cautiously asked, Do you intend to enter the celestial court, or do you have other plans? Guan was extremely powerful and of mysterious origins, so he had to be cautious. Even if he offended Guan, he could rely on the celestial court's destiny to remain immortal, but if Guan intended to oppose the celestial court, it would cost him his life. Immortal gods might compete for their own interests, but when it came to the safety of the celestial court, they would all stand united. This was one of the functions of the celestial Tao destiny. Rest assured, I have no intention of opposing the celestial court. Tian Hao and I merely have a coincidental connection. During your reincarnation, his immortal god mentor, eternal life venerable, came and offered me a chance to ascend to immortality, which I gave to another of my disciples. Of course, you can leave now if you wish. It's entirely up to you. Guan said with a smile. With Yang Jian's ascension to immortality, his conflict with the celestial court was less significant. Once Tai Immortal Monarch returned and understood the situation, he would probably not dare to oppose him further. Of course, his confidence also came from his own cultivation level. Though he couldn't say he was invincible, there weren't many in the celestial court who were stronger than him. Tai Immortal Monarch smiled bitterly upon hearing this. He believed Guan's words and merely thought his previous actions were too obsessive, or more accurately, too arrogant. I am willing to stay, and the 72 immortals of Jianghu will remain as well to see what we can leave behind for this human world. Tai Immortal Monarch said, not out of sudden kindness but knowing that with a terrifying great power like Guan here, the celestial spirit great world was bound to transcend the 3,000 great worlds and become a higher plane. He was willing to add glory to this and show goodwill to Guan. Guan did not reject this. Looking ahead at the mountains and rivers, he smiled and said, Look, is this human world's scenery really so inferior to the heavens? Tai Immortal Monarch looked into the distance and replied, Heaven and earth are the most perfect creations of the great Tao, each possessing its own beauty. But immortal gods live too long, and everything eventually loses its novelty. It's not just immortal gods, every Daoist feels the same. Don't you think so? The Oval Fire. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729, Walking ahead of everyone. The words of Tai Immortal Monarch drifted away with the gentle breeze, leaving no trace in the heavens and earth. Following his gaze, Guan softly laughed and said, "Perhaps when you master your divinity, you can reach a higher level." These words caused a change in Tai Immortal Monarch's expression. The two then fell silent, quietly gazing into the distance. After a stick of incense as time passed, Tai Immortal Monarch finally bid farewell to Guan, who did not ask him to stay. Only after Tai Immortal Monarch left Nine Spirit Continent did Guan turn toward his own courtyard. With this turn, a new chapter in the human world began. 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, like the vast sea rushing by, never to return. This year, Guan's lifespan once again broke through to 1,000,000,000,000 years. He utilized this lifespan breakthrough to teleport to other places for further breakthroughs, but after spending nearly all but 3,000,000,000,000 years of his lifespan, he only reached the late stage of the Xianxia primordial immortal realm, still far from the perfection realm. The late stage of the Xianxia primordial immortal realm is vastly different from the early stage. Guan felt reborn, and reaching his current height while still sensing such a gap demonstrated the enormous disparity between the late and early stages. Guan returned to his dojo but did not directly go to his residence. Instead, he wandered around Nine Spirit Continent. The towering world gate pierced the clouds, visible even from thousands of miles away. As Guan walked along the mountain path, he could see it from afar, like the most majestic peak in the human world, showcasing its strength. Nine Spirit Continent was isolated from the world, with a rich atmosphere of immortal cultivation. Even the strongest sects in the human world could not compare. With the spiritual energy and Tao intent within the dojo, many free immortals were born over the 1,000,000 years, all venturing to other worlds through the world gate. Of course, not only free immortals could enter the world gate, anyone with the will could freely enter, keeping the continent from becoming overcrowded. Over the long years, outsiders occasionally intruded into Nine Spirit Continent, but the Nine Spirit dynasty had defenses at the continent's edge, preventing ordinary people from sneaking in. Recently, a powerful free immortal managed to infiltrate. Guan was heading towards this free immortal, his eyes already reflecting the figure. "Indeed, you've grown up and can manage on your own." Guan sighed in his heart, the breeze stirring his white coat and black shirt. In his good mood after breaking through, he decided to lend a hand. He leisurely advanced, with flowers blooming underfoot with each step, bringing vitality along the way. After half a cup of tea's time, Guan passed through a forest and arrived at a lake surrounded by mountains. His gaze fell on a small pavilion in the center of the lake, where a black-clad man stood, hands behind his back, staring at the lotus flowers on the lake, lost in thought. This man was none other than Li Ya's disciple, Li Xianyu. The grown-up Li Xianyu already had the demeanor of an accomplished sage, paired with this picturesque scenery, resembling a human world immortal. "Why are you here enjoying the view alone?" A voice entered Li Xianyu's ears, startling him. He turned abruptly and, upon seeing Guan in the courtyard, his Tao heart trembled. Fear turned into joy. "Master uncle." Li Xianyu trembled all over, unsure where to place his hands. Guan smiled gently and asked, "How is your master? Has he been well lately?" Upon hearing this, Li Xianyu knelt down directly, gritting his teeth as he said, "Master uncle, my master has gone mad. Please, you must save him." "How did he go mad?" Guan was not surprised and calmly asked, without helping Li Xianyu up. Li Xianyu took a deep breath and said, "Ever since he was defeated by Chen Chuan, he seemed to enter a demonic state, obsessively cultivating the sword Tao and challenging sword cultivators everywhere, with both victories and losses. His obsession offended many, and 1,000 years ago, he was defeated by a renowned sword cultivator, breaking his Tao heart. Since then, he has been in prolonged seclusion. After much difficulty, I found him a few years ago, but he was muttering nonsensically and even attacked me. Master Uncle, my master always said you two were closest. You must help him." After listening, Gu An's expression remained unchanged, though he had seen everything about Li Ye unfold. If Guan hadn't saved him during the battle 1,000 years ago, Li Ye would have died. He had only secretly helped and did not punish the opponent because Li Ye had initiated the challenge and wouldn't let it go. Their cultivation levels were similar, but there was a gap in Sword Dao achievement. With the slightest mistake, disaster could follow. Guan took out a small wooden sword from his pocket and handed it to Li Xianyu, saying, "Take this sword back to your master." "What is this?" Li Xianyu took the wooden sword and hesitantly asked, his heart beating faster. Having been here for some time, he had no idea how to find Guan, as there were too many great powers on this continent, making it hard for him to move. Little did he know that his entry was permitted by the Wuxia disciple. As soon as he sneaked in, An Zizai told an Xian, who deduced his connection with Li Ye through cause and effect, and finally informed Guan, "You just need to give this sword to him." Guan said, then turned to look at the lake. Li Xianyu stood up, carefully keeping the wooden sword. He then looked at Guan and cautiously asked, "Master Uncle, what is your attitude towards my master? Why won't he come to you?" Without turning back, Guan looked at the lake and said, "My attitude has never changed, only his thoughts have become chaotic." Li Xianyu relaxed, always feeling that Guan cared about his master, but his master had overthought things and was too concerned with face. If his master could set aside his pride and follow Master Uncle in cultivation, he would undoubtedly become the greatest sword cultivator in the world. "Xianyu, we've met twice now. You can call me Master Uncle, and I acknowledge you. I can sense the bond between you and your master, more like father and son than master and disciple. Although I don't think you'll abandon him, I still want to ask you to take good care of him," Guan said, turning to Li Xianyu with a grateful smile. Li Xianyu nodded solemnly, saying, "I will. Without my master, I would have died long ago. I will never abandon him in my life. Your master is combative and proud, but his chivalrous spirit is rare in the world. Frankly, I envy his life, carefree and free. Have you not realized he's always maintained his true self?" Gu An's words made Li Xianyu think deeply. He realized that despite recent changes, before his obsession, his master was always carefree and somewhat unorthodox, just as he had been in his childhood. Perhaps one day, your master will surpass everyone. Do not tell him this, as it is a heavenly secret I'm revealing to you. SAR the Novel Fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Gu An's mysterious smile made Li Xianyu's imagination run wild. He sensed that Guan implied his master would become his greatest fortune and support. However, Li Xianyu couldn't help but ask, "Will he surpass you?" He knew his master had always wanted to surpass his master uncle, which was why he never sought his help. Faced with this inquiry, Guan simply smiled and did not answer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730, Not competing for immortal God. Since the dissolution of the Dao court, chaos in the human world has been continuous. Even though more than 1,000,000 years have passed, no sect has been able to unify the world. However, the overall power of the celestial spirit great world has been constantly increasing. This is evident from the heavenly Dao light layer that envelopes the celestial spirit great world, which has become increasingly brilliant, extending its illumination over a wider range of the universe. The names of the 100 sects in the human world have gradually been eliminated by time, and the world's layout is ushering in new changes. In the context of contention among numerous heroes, the gap between sects has begun to widen. 9 sects have emerged, becoming the supreme Daoist lineages in the hearts of the people. In the years that followed, Tai Immortal Monarch and the 72 Immortals of Jin Dong widely dispersed immortal fates in the human world, promoting the development of immortal cultivation techniques. Meanwhile, in the 3,000 great worlds of outer heaven, traces of immortal gods have started to appear, and the prelude to the struggle for the Son of Heaven is brewing. Taiwei Great World. In a bright and grand palace, Zhu Xi, dressed in majestic golden robes, sat in the principal seat. Her hair was coiled high, bound beneath a holy crown, her expression severe, with an oppressive aura of indifference to all living beings emanating from her brow. Many cultivators stood in the hall, all wearing the same large robes, each with a dignified and martial bearing. An elderly white-haired cultivator stepped forward, cupped his hands in salute to Zhu Xi, and said, "Your Majesty, although the words of that immortal god cannot be fully trusted, we must still exercise caution. If such a catastrophe truly befalls the 3,000 great worlds, our holy court must prepare in advance." Upon these words, the others in the hall voiced their agreement one after another. Since the mysterious supreme entity obliterated the divine court, Zhu Xi seized the opportunity to establish the holy court. Although it has gone through many tribulations, the holy court has now finally managed to barely grasp the Taiwei Great World and can be called the master of Taiwei Great World. Not long ago, a star monarch descended, claiming to come from the celestial court, seeking heavenly secrets, and then divulged the struggle for the Son of Heaven. This matter greatly shocked the nobility of the holy court. Zhu Xi sent them back to digest it individually, and only after a few days did they begin to discuss it. Now, most holy officials believe that this matter cannot be taken lightly, and one must be sent to outer heaven to investigate if other great thousand worlds have received the news. Concurrently, they must quickly control the Taiwei Great World. The Taiwei Great World is indeed too deep. Even though Zhu Xi has already united many world clans, there are still many forces in the Taiwei Great World that make the holy court wary. As Zhu Xi listened to the minister's discussions, her face remained expressionless, but she felt a headache and helplessness. After finally stabilizing the situation, an even greater calamity emerged. As for whether the struggle for the Son of Heaven was real, she saw the threat of the celestial court. The cultivation level of that star monarch was unfathomable. Even if what he said was false, the holy court would still have to face him. Even though the current holy court controlled most of the world, she truly lacked confidence in facing the star monarch. But she knew that she must make a decision and take action. The struggle for the Son of Heaven indeed cannot be ignored, but the great plans for the world also must be executed on the path. Zhu Xi spoke slowly. As she spoke, everyone fell silent, waiting for her orders. She began to issue orders one by one, mobilizing the overall strength of the holy court. The holy officials in the hall took their orders successively. As one sacred decree after another was issued, a chilling atmosphere spread over the grand hall. S.E.A. the novel, F.I.R. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After a long time, all the holy officials left, and Zhu Xi stood up, disappearing into thin air within the grand hall. The next second, she appeared in a bamboo forest and stepped toward the depths of the bamboo forest. As she proceeded, a pavilion surrounded by cyan bamboo appeared in front of her. In front of the pavilion, there was a small courtyard planted with various flowers and plants. Before she got close, a fragrant scent penetrated Zhu Xi's nose. She walked straight into the courtyard and stopped in front of the main door, saying, "Senior, I have a matter for which I must seek your help." "Does it concern the celestial court?" An ancient voice came from within the pavilion, causing Zhu Xi to raise her eyebrows, as a strange light flickered in her eyes. "That's right, Senior anticipated it?" Zhu Xi asked curiously. When that Han Sha immortal monarch descended to the mortal world before, he mentioned the struggle for the Son of Heaven. He was acting on behalf of a certain Son of Heaven, having the divine court collect living beings to refine a demon god body. The demon god body possesses power comparable to an immortal god, and it is an important piece for that Son of Heaven. The ancient voice sounded again, with no trace of emotion in its tone. Zhu Xi had already speculated about this. That immortal god making the divine court capture so many mortal spirits was clearly preparing for something major. Now, the news of the struggle for the Son of Heaven had come, and it was evidently related. The struggle for the Son of Heaven is unstoppable. It is both a crisis and an opportunity. I know why you have come. Since the struggle for the Son of Heaven is about to begin, I will support you. But you need to promise me one thing. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shi immediately asked, "What is it?" The senior in the pavilion was no ordinary person. He was once the master of the divine court and had lived for an untold number of years. Disapproving of the divine court and immortal God's actions, he left the divine court. Meeting him was a stroke of fate for Zhu Shi. Although the senior had never really helped her directly, he had provided much intelligence, which allowed her to avoid many troubles. If the Son of Heaven you support wins, you cannot compete for the title of immortal God. The ancient voice said slowly. Zhu Shi felt puzzled and asked, "If we do not compete for the title of immortal God, why should we support the Son of Heaven? Do you have any other options?" Zhu Shi fell silent. The Star Monarch personally came, she and the Holy Court probably had no choice but to comply. I have never experienced the struggle for the Son of Heaven, but I once saw some records in a certain ruin on the path of the Great Tao. The struggle for the Son of Heaven has no true winner, especially for all living beings. Getting too close to immortal gods during such a catastrophe is not a good thing. I do not want the future Master of Heaven and Earth to lead Taiwei to its doom. You should remember the war 1,000,000 years ago. The divine court, as powerful as it was, could not stand against a single individual, just as the great Tao itself. The 3,000 great worlds seem vast and boundless, but in the eyes of the immortal gods, they might be of little significance. The words of the ancient voice made Zhu Zai's face turn grim. She had long felt the arrogance of the immortal gods. The other's words made her sense a great crisis. Upon confirming that the struggle for the Son of Heaven was real, she had also developed an ambition to become an immortal god. If she felt this way, what of others? Once the struggle for the Son of Heaven begins, and the immortal gods promise ascension, her control over the Holy Court would be difficult to maintain. Zhu Shi stood before the door, contemplating for a long time. She took a deep breath and said, "Senior, I promise you." Clang! The door opened, and a token flew toward Zhu Shi. It was a green jade token, emitting a golden light, rotating autonomously. Take this token to the ancient god Shengzhou and meet that supreme. He will know what to do. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zai's face showed joy. She knew what the supreme of ancient god Shengzhou represented. Not only was the supreme's divine skills vast, but his disciples were also innumerable and widespread throughout the world. With his support, the Holy Court would undoubtedly be able to completely control the Taiwei Great World. Thank you, Senior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731, The Celestial Emperor's Only Mount. Time flies like an arrow, 500,000 years have passed since Li Xianyu left. Within the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan sat by the lake painting. What he painted was a landscape, but his thoughts drifted outside of the nine-spirit continent. Liya had shown extraordinary comprehension in the ways of the primordial Dao Emperor, achieving such a level in just 500,000 years. During this period, he hadn't sparred with others, instead immersing himself in his cultivation. Even though he remained low-key, his disciple Li Xianyu, on the other hand, stirred up trouble. Li Xianyu fell in love with a woman, but that woman had been betrothed by her family. She left her family to escape the engagement and then coincidentally met Li Xianyu. The two decided to face the pressure from her family together, but by a twist of fate, the woman was forced to her death within her family. Now, not only did her family want to kill Li Xianyu, but also the family that she had been betrothed to sought his death to avenge their honor. Both families were ancient and formidable, each boasting ancestors at the Daoist collection Freedom Immortal Realm. Guan watched silently. He wasn't worried about Li Xianyu getting into trouble because Liya would intervene. The upcoming battle for his disciples' rescue would see Liya exhibit a sword Dao that would shock the world, establishing him as the foremost sword cultivator in the world. In the future, he would also become the preeminent great cultivator known to the world in the celestial spirit great world. Liya would glorify the primordial Dao Emperor, making it a target for future cultivators to aspire to. Besides Liya, Guan also kept an eye on others. He saw Zhang Buku following the celestial calming god descending into the void between the 3,000 great worlds, deeply focused on his cultivation. With the assistance of the Taiqing Golden Immortal, Zhu Shi was also gradually gaining control over the Taiwei Great World. The Taiwei Great World had deep foundations. With Zhu Zai's power, he originally couldn't have become the master of heaven and earth, but because the Taiqing annihilated the divine court, causing those great cultivators to have reservations, fearing taking's return to create more trouble, they wanted to use the holy court as a shield, providing Zhu Shi the opportunity. When the struggle for the Son of Heaven began, these ancient powers would launch an offensive against the holy court to regain old powers. Of course, that was future talk. For now, Zhu Shi could remain the world's master for a long period. Guan, while observing the outer heaven, continued painting, each stroke imbued with Dao intent, making everything in the painting appear vivid, with the plants and flowers seeming to sway in the wind, as if they genuinely existed. The blood prison great saint approached Guan with a fawning smile, saying, "Master, the talents from the 9 spirit continent are increasing. Many people are seeking us out. When do you think we can open the gates of Wuxia?" Guan replied nonchalantly, "Why? Do you also wish to take in disciples?" "Not me. Ymir Mount, how can I take in disciples? It would mess up the generational hierarchy in the future, creating significant trouble. I just feel that Wuxia should expand, especially since the 9 spirit continent has developed a solid foundation over these years." The blood prison great saint laughed. The stronger Wuxia became, the more he would benefit. Thinking of numerous Wuxia disciples admiring him made him excited. He even had bigger ambitions. He aspired to become the sole mount of the celestial emperor. Guan said softly, "Once this gate is opened, it will be like a surging river that cannot be stopped." "Master, why block it? If you're afraid of trouble, you can let an Xian and us manage it. If you're worried about the younger generations causing chaos, you can establish strict sect rules," the blood prison great saint asked, puzzled. He never considered that Guan was wary of the celestial court. In his heart, Guan was the strongest, and Wuxi's distance from the celestial court was unfathomable. Besides, there were many sects more powerful than Wuxia in the world, yet they hadn't faced divine retribution. Guan was also pondering over problems. Though he always said he didn't want to establish a force, in reality, he continuously took steps towards it. Moreover, he couldn't always shield his disciples, it was time for them to stand on their own. Seeing Guan stay silent, the blood prison great saint stopped speaking and gazed at his painting. This painting, the blood prison great saint's eyes lit up. Though the painting depicted the scenery ahead, he saw the vast 3,000 great Dao within it. The rivers of Dao surged, ceaselessly flowing, like a kaleidoscope of myriad scenes before his eyes. Guan stopped his brush and handed the brush to the blood prison great saint. "You will finish the next part of the painting, and then show it to me." Leaving these words behind, Guan turned and left, the blood prison great saint holding the brush, his eyes filled with anticipation. He immediately forgot about Wuxi's expansion, focusing solely on painting. Guan walked into the mountains and arrived at the other end of the human world. Human World Peak, Heaven-Defining Peak. Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Over 3 million years had passed, and he remained the peak master of Heaven-Defining Peak. He hadn't intervened much in Human World Peak, and hence, Human World Peak had not become a top major sect of the present age. The strongest of Human World Peak was merely at the free immortal realm. Fortunately, the peak master Yongnian Daoist monarch had no desire for supremacy, only wishing to consolidate the Daoist lineage. Precisely due to this ideology, time passed quickly for human world peak. Guan had just arrived when Yongnian Daoist monarch appeared in his courtyard. "Peak Master, you've been waiting for me?" While picking medicinal herbs, Guan asked. Yongnian Daoist monarch couldn't catch his presence, but could perceive the movements within the courtyard. Of course, this was also because Guan wasn't deliberately hiding. He had countless ways to prevent Yongnian Daoist monarch from noticing his arrival. Yongnian Daoist monarch donned a white Taoist robe, exuding an immortal aura. His smile was kind and approachable. Within human world peak, he was deeply loved by the disciples, who all believed him to be a good person. "Indeed, I have encountered some confusion recently and wish to seek your guidance," Yongnian Daoist monarch said with a joyful smile. Guan returned once a month, and over time, the two had become friends, at least that's what Yongnian Daoist monarch thought. Since knowing Guan, he had always found him mysterious, suspecting his cultivation was exceedingly high. By now, he even thought Guan might be a Daoist collection free immortal, as even the free immortals in their sect couldn't detect Guan's movements. To him, a Daoist collection free immortal was an immense existence, although there were still the profound Yuan free immortal, heaven-encompassing free immortal in the world. As for the supporting Dao sword venerable, that was for him an unimaginable legend. Guan didn't stop his hands, casually asking, "What confusion would I be capable of resolving?" Yongnian Daoist monarch laughed, "It's about the primordial Dao Emperor. Didn't I mention before that I obtained an opportunity related to the primordial Dao Emperor? I intended to give it to you, but you refused. I believe you are the primordial Dao Emperor, so your Dao practice is unfathomable, not concerned with the primordial Dao Emperor's opportunity." Guan didn't respond. The opportunity related to the primordial Dao Emperor wasn't given by him to Yongnian Daoist monarch. With the continuous emergence of primordial crystals across the 3,000 great worlds, the celestial spirit great world had them too, and Yongnian Daoist monarch had acquired one. One could say Yongnian Daoist monarch indeed had no small amount of fortune. "Alright, I haven't achieved the primordial Dao Emperor either, I just explored it earlier than you," Guan responded helplessly. Yongnian Daoist monarch smiled even more. "As expected, you are hidden in the human world peak, probably to better achieve enlightenment, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 732, Xianxia Primordial Immortal Realm Perfection. Regarding Yongnian Daojian's probing, Guan didn't deny it. He continued gathering medicinal herbs, and Yongnian Daojun wasn't in a hurry, following behind him, chatting about the recent affairs of human world peak. Although Guan never participated in human world peak's decisions, Yongnian Daojun liked to tell him these things, not with any special purpose, but just to deepen their relationship and have something to talk about. After Guan finished gathering the medicinal herbs, he followed Yongnian Daojun to his dojo. This lecture continued for 4 days. When Guan left, Yongnian Daojun was still in the state of reincarnation projection. This guy didn't bother to guard against him at all, making Guan shake his head and chuckle. Giving a lecture to Yongnian Daojun was just a small episode in Guan's life, hardly making any impact, but through Yongnian Daojian's opportunity, he could sense the development level of the primordial Dao Emperor. If there were no upheavals in the future, the primordial Dao Emperor would surely reach a level comparable to or even surpassing the Daoist Emperor. The stronger the primordial Dao Emperor's fortune, the more benefits it would bring to Guan as well. If the primordial Dao Emperor's fortune were destroyed, it wouldn't harm him a bit, but if he died and the primordial Dao Emperor's fortune remained, he could come back to life through the primordial Dao Emperor's fortune. This was similar to the heavenly court's fortune. For Guan, the next major event was to break through to the perfect realm of Xianxia Primordial Immortal, and he was very much looking forward to it. Unknowingly, breaking through a minor realm has become as challenging as breaking through a major realm. Guan walked in the forest, thinking this way. His understanding of the primordial Dao fruit was getting deeper and deeper, feeling the profundity of the great Tao. Although the Xianxia primordial immortal still carried the name of an immortal, it had actually surpassed the essence of an immortal. Becoming an immortal was a process of comprehending the great Tao, while the Xianxia primordial immortal itself was equivalent to the great Tao. So far, apart from the one in the supreme origin forest and the mysterious bones buried in the desperate celestial tomb, he hadn't felt the aura of other Xianxia primordial immortals. Perhaps the Xianxia primordial immortals had already merged with the great Tao, omnipresent and hard to trace. Guan pondered while walking forward. Since Liya became the primordial Tao Emperor and made a name for himself, 3 more primordial Tao Emperors had appeared in the celestial spirit great world, not counting the Wuxia disciples. The emergence of the primordial Tao Emperors completely changed the structure of the human world, with the 9 major sects all starting to pursue them, and traveling beyond the outer heaven became the new pursuit of the immortal cultivators of the new era. In the outer void, it was easier to comprehend the great Tao, which would help them seek greater opportunities. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000,000 years passed. Among the second-generation disciples of the Daoist field of the beginningless, an Xian, blood prison great saint, Tianhong Emperor, celestial demon child, and Lv Xian had all successively reached the level of Daoist Zhang Zizai immortal, with the weakest at the Zizai immortal realm. And the number of third-generation disciples kept growing, present in all realms. This year, just after the Spring Festival, Guan went for a breakthrough, and including the round trip, it consumed nearly 800 trillion years of lifespan, successfully reaching the perfection realm of Xianxia primordial immortal. Upon reaching the perfection realm, Guan experienced a comprehensive improvement, far beyond his imagination regarding the gap between the late stage and the perfection. He felt that it was almost impossible for the late stage of the Xianxia primordial immortal to defeat the perfection realm of the Xianxia primordial immortal. Now, the celestial court was already within his sight. Although the celestial court's fortune still concealed many areas inside, the celestial court no longer appeared mysterious to him. The number of heavenly court immortals was indeed terrifying, and the presence in various realms far exceeded his expectations. Not to mention the Xianxia primordial immortals, the heavenly court had over 100 Dao extreme Daluo immortals, and the number of Miaozhen Daluo immortals surpassed 10,000, which was simply absurd. There was a palace that made him feel uneasy, and his instincts told him that approaching it would result in something extremely dreadful. The plaque of the palace bore 4 large characters. Palace of the Polestar. The treasure hall of the Celestial Emperor. Seeing this treasure hall, Guan knew that he had no correlation with the Celestial Emperor. Feeling the aura of the highest absolute, he could clearly perceive that the other party was his reincarnation body, everything visible to the true one's eyes. From the feelings the palace of the Polestar gave him, he knew he not only had no relation with the Celestial Emperor, but it was also impossible for his reincarnation body to become the Son of Heaven. The strength of the Celestial Emperor was exceedingly terrifying, and just the remnants of his aura could isolate all cause and effect. Guan could conclude that the Celestial Emperor's cultivation level far surpassed the Xianxia primordial immortal. Fortunately, the Celestial Emperor was not inside the Celestial Court. Although many areas of the Celestial Court were obscured by fortune, if the Celestial Emperor descended, it would be as dazzling as the midday sun, impossible to ignore. The aura of the Celestial Emperor inside the palace of the Polestar was already scalding enough. With the Celestial Emperor present, the hegemony of the Celestial Court could not be shaken. Thus, Guan felt that the struggle for the Son of Heaven was so laughable. The Son of Heaven could never replace the Celestial Emperor. Of course, the Sons of Heaven might be vying for the Celestial Emperor's favor. Absolute invincibility and eternal life. What kind of mindset would such an existence have after experiencing all changes? How did he view the 3,000 great worlds and the 3,000 great Tao? Guan was full of curiosity about the Celestial Emperor's perspective. With this curiosity, he arrived at a lake within the Daoist field of the beginningless, where he liked to fish. Just as he sat down on his usual stone chair, a figure descended from the sky, landing behind him, and respectfully saluted him. It was none other than Tianhong Emperor. Tianhong Emperor had fully awakened his immortal god memory, his previous identity being Tianhong Star Lord, having no relation with Taiyi Immortal Monarch, but related to Profound Star Immortal Monarch who previously wanted to preach. Profound Star Immortal Monarch was very clever. After his failure, he did not appear again and has not been involved in the celestial spirit great world since. Master, now that I have fully awakened my immortal god identity, the heavenly court's fortune will soon return, and I fear I cannot stay in the Daoist field of the beginningless any longer. Tianhong Emperor said with a worried expression. Once the heavenly court's fortune infiltrated, the Daoist field of the beginningless would be entirely exposed to the heavenly court. He knew his master wouldn't allow anyone to pry into the dojo, not even the heavenly court immortals. Sea the Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Rather than being expelled by his master, he decided it would be better to leave voluntarily. Over the years of cultivating in the Daoist field of the beginningless, he gained much, and even recalling with his identity of Tianhong Star Lord, it was a great opportunity, so he was full of gratitude to Guan. When you return, I don't expect you to show mercy to all living beings, but do not harm them either. Immortal gods need the worship of all living beings. Having received such incense offerings, they ought to protect them. Guan faced away from Tianhong Emperor, speaking leisurely. Over the years, Taiyi Immortal Monarch and the 72 Immortals of Jianghu had been widely disseminating opportunities, also seeking the incense offerings of the mortal spirits, resulting in many divine statues and temples of theirs appearing in the human world. Tianhong Emperor replied, I will definitely remember. No matter how much time passes, you will always be my master. He wasn't arrogant because of his immortal god status, for his master was more formidable than all the immortal gods he knew. Perhaps only the legendary celestial Dao Venerable could compare to his master. Go. Guan didn't say much more. They were not mortals, even in case of eternal goodbye, there was no need for many words. Some bonds could be felt even without words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733, The Unfathomable Wuxia Emperor Tianhong's departure caused quite a stir within Wuxia. After all, he was the only one who could compete with an Xian and the Blood Prison Great Saint, not even LV Xian could surpass him. Guan did not hide his true origin either. He revealed his identity as an immortal god, allowing Wuxia disciples to formally come into contact with the celestial court, a time-honored ruler standing upon the 3,000 great Tao. Immortal god reincarnation. Second-generation and third-generation disciples were stunned, and an Xian shared her knowledge of the celestial court with them, ensuring a deeper understanding. Knowing that some Wuxia disciples had ascended to immortality, the disciples within the dojo were even more thrilled. They felt that Wuxia was omnipotent, capable of achieving immortality and roaming the heavens. At the same time, they began to speculate more about Guan. Even after millions of years of cultivation within Wuxia, no one knew Guan's origins, including an Xian and celestial demon child. CTH Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan could hear the disciples' conjectures about him. He did not care, however, the more the disciples revered him, the better it was. At the very least, it prevented any chaos. After Emperor Tianhong's departure, an Xian approached Guan again, asking whether to open the sect widely, but Guan refused. However, he did ease a bit, allowing disciples to take on apprentices. From the second generation and onward, each disciple could only take one apprentice, and should the apprentice commit evil, the master would also be held accountable. One person taking one apprentice seemed like a small number, but generations down the line, Wuxia was bound to grow stronger. Shortly after Guan eased up, within less than 10 years, the first fourth-generation disciple was born. Guan was indifferent to the fourth-generation disciples and did not visit them in person. He prepared to hand over the major responsibilities to an Xian, preferring not to bother with trivial matters. An Xian did not monopolize authority, instead, she let her eldest disciple, Zizai, manage many affairs. Zizai often sighed, bearing the name Zizai, free, yet he did not feel free. Of course, he was merely expressing himself. He was quite satisfied with his current life, having found his own worth. Wuxia was gradually becoming stronger, and the world's various sects were doing the same. Observing the sects gave insight into the entire world, as the celestial spirit great world was also rapidly developing. With the assistance of immortal gods and guidance from primordial Tao Emperor, the great thousand-world celestial fortunes naturally soared. 30,000 years passed. Compared to the rapidly changing outside world, the transformations within 9 spirit continent were not as swift. On this day, early in the morning, 2 figures passed through layers of mist, entering 9 spirit continent. They were Liya and Xianxia. Liya was still dressed in black, his long hair tied behind him, with 2 strands framing his face. The gentle breeze caused his robe to flutter constantly, yet his stance remained as unyielding as a mountain. Xianxia's aura, though not as dominant as his master's, exuded the demeanor of a great power. Compared to his last visit, he now bore the aura of hardships, suggesting he had endured more trials than Liya. Such dense spiritual energy, far surpassing before. Looking across the world, not even the grotto heavens of the 9 major sects can match this, Liya remarked, feeling a bit nervous at the thought of meeting Guan soon. Xianxia nodded, about to respond when a brilliant light swiftly approached from the horizon. As the light dispersed, 2 figures appeared. It was an Xian and Xianxia. Sister! Liya exclaimed in joy. He had worried about Xianxia, but seeing her here eased his mind considerably. He instantly noticed that Xianxia had also achieved the status of free immortal, making him marvel at the remarkable fortunes of junior brother Gus Dojo. The Li family produced 2 free immortals, enough to soar to great heights. Yet, both of these free immortals were not in the Tai Tsang dynasty. Xianxia was equally delighted to see Liya and immediately approached him. Liya did not act impolitely, he first greeted an Xian and introduced his apprentice. Your apprentice is quite remarkable, having already reached the cultivation level of free immortal. Xianxia praised as she examined Xianxia. An Xian was not surprised. She had sensed it when Xianxia last visited. At that time, he had already achieved free immortal status. Xianxia's cultivation speed was undoubtedly top tier, causing an Xian to suspect that he had received guidance from their master. She knew that their master often kept an eye on Liya, possibly aiding him secretly. He is indeed promising, but the path ahead is long for him as a free immortal. Liya smiled. The 4 then flew towards Wuxia while chatting, mostly Liya and Xianxia conversing. Xianxia expressed, "You remain the same, always stirring things up. Compared to you, my experiences are quite dull, having mainly cultivated within the dojo." Liya shook his head, "Though you stayed here, your cultivation level is not inferior to mine." Despite his words, Liya did not consider Xianxia to be his opponent. On the contrary, he was curious about Nzin's strength. In his perception, Nzin's cultivation was unfathomable, with her gaze making him feel uneasy. He suspected that an Xian had surpassed the free immortal level. If that were true, it would be extraordinary. An Xian, as his junior, had surpassed him. Back in Supreme Sect, apart from being Gu An's disciple, an Xian was nothing remarkable in his eyes. Who would have thought that, from Supreme Sect, an Xian could reach this level? As they flew, passing through the cities, Liya was amazed by the spiritual aura of the beings along the way. All the beings here were engaging in immortal cultivation, and their levels were substantial. Nearly every city contained individuals surpassing celestial and earthly immortals, a foundation unmatched by the 9 major sections. Xianxia also marveled silently. Compared to his last visit, the continent had transformed significantly, even giving him the illusion that this was the real center of the celestial spirit great world. When the master-apprentice duo saw the cloud-enwrapped Wuxia gate, they were even more astounded. Li Xianyu had seen it before but from a distance. Being closer allowed him to truly feel Wuxia gate's vast aura, inspiring a sense of reverence. An Xian noticed Li Ya's astonishment and explained the origins and uses of Wuxia gate. After understanding, Li Ya was even more impressed with junior brother Gu's Dao practice. Just how strong was junior brother Gu? He realized that the higher his own cultivation level, the greater the gap became between him and junior brother Gu. He did not feel disheartened because he knew it's not that his strength didn't grow fast enough, but the original gap was huge. Now he could see it more clearly. The four did not pause, and amidst Li Ya's continuous marveling, they finally reached the core dojo of Wuxia. He could sense an invisible, immense barrier separating the outside world. Stepping inside, the overwhelming Dao intent flooded towards him, filling him with an exhilarated sensation. "Li Ya, you rascal, you're still alive?" A cheerful laugh rang out. Li Ya turned to see a middle-aged man standing under a tree in the forest below, gazing up at them. Supreme Sect Zhuo. He was here too. Li Ya was once again shocked because Zhuo had also reached Zizai Immortal realm. This. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734, Divine Origin. Immortal Palace. Li Ya and Zhuo could not remember how many years had passed since their last meeting, only that it seemed like a distant memory. Their unexpected reunion in a foreign land, separated by millions of years, filled them both with deep emotions. An Xian stopped, allowing the two to reminisce. Zhuo, seeing the current Li Ya, was very pleased. He recalled that more than 4 million years ago, Li Ya was just an ordinary disciple of the Supreme Sect. At that time, An Hao and Wu Ju were the talents overshadowing him. Who would have thought that over 4 million years later, An Hao and Wu Ju had vanished without a trace, while Li Ya had become the #1 sword cultivator in the world. As a sword cultivator himself, Zhuo naturally paid close attention to such a title. During their conversation, he could sense the vast sword intent contained within Li Ya, which secretly startled him. How did this kid cultivate? He came to Wuxia, bathing daily in the Dao intent of the supporting Dao sword venerable, achieving his current accomplishments. But compared to Li Ya, he felt that his own sword Dao was insignificant. Little did he know, Li Ya was equally shocked. He understood how Zhuo could reach the free immortal realm, but how could he also be so formidable in sword Dao? As they continued to talk, their excitement began to wane. An Xian, Li Xuanyu, and Li Xianyu could clearly sense the change in their mood, creating a subtle atmosphere. Eventually, an Xian took the initiative to speak, saying that Li Ya still had to see his master, and bid farewell to Zhuo. Watching the four of them leave, Zhuo sighed, how truly fortunate they are. He had knelt for many years on the heaven-repairing platform of the Supreme Sect to gain his current opportunity, while Li Ya's destiny changed the moment he stumbled upon Medicine Valley, where the supporting Dao sword venerable lay in wait. How could he not be envious? He remembered that in those days, Li Ya wasn't even the most outstanding in the Li family, let alone in the Supreme Sect. Zhuo then thought of his son, Zhuo. Initially, Zhuo had a good relationship with Guan, but over the years, they had gradually drifted apart. Elsewhere. Li Xianyu flew to Li Ya's side and asked curiously, "Master, do you bear a grudge against him?" Li Ya gave him a sideways glance and said, "How could there be a grudge? I grew up with his son." Sigh. The Dao heart is still not stable enough, even this could upset me. Li Ya despised himself in his heart. How could he belittle others, especially his old acquaintance? If it were junior brother Gu, he certainly wouldn't react this way. With this thought, Li Ya's eyes regained their usual indifference. He decided that once he returned, he would cultivate his Dao heart anew. Li Xianyu, unaware of his master's thoughts, continued to ask about Zhuo identity. Li Yi didn't hide anything and recounted the past between Zhuo Yijian and Guan. Knowing that Zhuo Yijian had impressed Master Gu through years of persistence, Li Xianyu couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate both he and Li Yi were. Master, junior brother Gu really holds you in high regard. I'm even tempted to join the Wuxia sect now. Li Xianya's words didn't anger Li Yi. He knew the kid was intentionally teasing him. Of course, if Li Xianyu could join the Wuxia sect, he would be happy as his master. But Wuxia isn't a place he could decide on his own, nor does he have the face to ask Guan, considering how much he owes him. Soon after, the four of them descended onto the peak where Guan resided. An Xian and Li Xuanyu signaled for them to enter the courtyard, then the two women disappeared. Li Yi gazed at the courtyard gate, not daring to pry with his divine sense. To his surprise, he felt a bit nervous. However, with Li Xianyu watching him, he had to maintain the demeanor of a master. He straightened his back and walked towards the courtyard gate. Li Xianyu, watching his back, found it amusing. Who would have thought Master could get so nervous? Could Master Gu really be his junior brother? It felt more like he was his master's master. As Li Xianyu thought, he followed behind Li Yi, suddenly feeling that his master's meeting with his junior brother would be interesting. Entering the courtyard, Li Yi saw a large cauldron and a slender figure meditating in front of it. The figure's back looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He didn't think much of it, seeing old acquaintances in Gu An's dojo was quite normal. CTH Nell Fire. Enter website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His eyes shifted to a figure under a big tree in the courtyard. That person was lying on a long chair reading a book, a posture that left him dazed. He recalled how, over 4 million years ago in Profound Valley, Guan also enjoyed lying down to read. Brother, why are you standing there daydreaming? Have you been severely injured recently, harming your mind? Gu An's teasing voice brought Li Yi back to reality. For some reason, hearing Gu An's taunt relaxed him, as if their relationship had returned to the old days. A smile appeared on Li Yi's face as he stepped forward and said, "How could that be? When have I ever been seriously injured?" Seeing his master relax instantly, Li Xianyu grew more respectful towards Guan. Not only was Master Gu powerful, but he also empathized with others. Such a great power was truly the supreme being of the human world. Eager to hear what his master and junior brother would discuss, Li Xianyu quickly followed. Sunlight streamed into the courtyard, and birds flew out of the woods as if celebrating the heartwarming reunion of old friends. Under the blue sky, an endless sea of clouds lay still, and an old tree stood at its zenith. A white-robed Daoist was meditating beneath the tree. It was none other than Li Xuanmiao. After attaining his immortal class and gaining celestial court destiny, his cultivation level had soared, now reaching the innate golden immortal realm, and it was still rapidly growing. Though his position was now that of an immortal monarch, the innate golden immortal realm was still unqualified for an immortal monarch, so he hadn't started his immortal duties yet. A rainbow of 7 colors descended from the sky, landing 7 steps away from Li Xuanmiao. A lean old man in purple, frail and thin to the bone but with bright, sword-like eyes, full of sharpness, appeared before him. Immortal Monarch Xuanmiao, I bear a decree from the Supreme. You are to go to the Divine Origin Immortal Palace to receive the Heavenly Tao Divine Weapon. The old man in purple bowed respectfully, but his eyes scrutinized Li Xuanmiao up and down. Li Xuanmiao opened his eyes, and the old man lowered his gaze. I understand. I will go shortly, Li Xuanmiao said, without immediately rising. His reincarnation projection was not fully retracted. The old man in purple continued, the Supreme also told me to remind you that if the great immortal divine Yuan tries to recruit you, listen but make no promises. All right. Li Xuanmiao agreed. Though he had spent years cultivating in the celestial court, various immortals and gods frequently tried to recruit him, giving him an insight into the factional struggles within the celestial court. The internal factions of the celestial court were more complex than he had imagined. Despite his immortal monarch status, he had to tread cautiously. The gods and star monarchs likely had backings of even higher beings. The old man in purple said no more, bowed, and disappeared. Li Xuanmiao stood up, gazing at the sea of clouds, as if peering through to the cycle of reincarnation. Divine Origin Immortal Palace, Great Immortal Divine Yuan. Li Xuanmiao looked down at the 3,000 great worlds, pondering how to contact his master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 735, Boosting Lifespan. Li Ye and his disciples stayed at the Daoist field of the beginningless for only a month. During this month, Guan and Li Ye traveled through mountains and waters, occasionally discussing the Tao, as if returning to their youth. The reason Li Ye visited Guan was to express his gratitude, but until their parting, he couldn't utter the word thanks. Spending a month of leisure with Li Ye made Guan very happy. After Li Ye left, Guan gave a lecture to all the disciples, making the Wuxia disciples realize Li Ye's importance in Enzin's heart. The peaceful days continued. After reaching perfection in the Xianqi primordial immortal realm, Guan felt that even having trillions of years of lifespan wouldn't guarantee success for his next breakthrough. Thus, he began to increase his lifespan income. Nowadays, his dojo encompassed the entire 9-spirit continent, making it easy to expand the number of medicinal herbs. With the help of the ghost mother of ephemera, Guan could relax and simply enjoy the results. 1,000 years later, his annual lifespan income increased to 200 million years. Another million years passed. In the celestial spirit great world, similar yet different conflicts unfolded. Overall, the world was relatively peaceful, and sect disputes did not affect the common folk. In contrast to the tranquility of the celestial spirit great world, the 3,000 great worlds ushered in the arrival of the immortal gods. In each great world, several immortal gods appeared, summoning wind and rain, bringing harmony to heaven and earth and all living beings. People began to believe in the immortal gods, strengthening the heavenly Tao destiny that enveloped the great worlds. Under the banners of 2 sons of heaven, the immortal gods began to act, not only recruiting the masters of heaven and earth but also guiding the masses to worship them. Meanwhile, they portrayed the opposing Son of Heaven and immortal gods as evil, depicting the future battle of sons of heaven as a catastrophic event for the 3,000 great worlds, a battle between good and evil. Guan stayed within the celestial spirit great world, watching the actions of those immortal gods, feeling that the celestial court was nothing special. The celestial court was powerful enough, but its order and conduct did not match the name of the immortal gods. The disparity between immortal gods and mortal spirits was vast. Mortal spirits could not see the actions of immortal gods. A single word from an immortal god would become an ancient legend that would linger in the world for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Mortal spirits could not guess that these myths were all conspiracies, and generational beliefs caused the 3,000 great worlds to split into 2, mutually hostile. It was just past noon at the Daoist field of the beginningless. 2 figures descended from the sky, landing on 2 adjacent mountain peaks. They were the blood prison Great Saint and Sin. Guan and an Xian stood in the mountain ravine, looking up at them. The 2 had just flown out of the barrier established by Guan, and the result of the battle was decided. Sin was not a match for the blood prison Great Saint, but he succeeded in wounding him, surprising the blood prison Great Saint. "You brat!" The blood prison Great Saint widened his eyes, looking at Sin on the opposite mountain peak, unable to calm his emotions. Though Sin still looked like a young man, he already possessed the demeanor of the Emperor of Eternal Life, with steadfast arrogance and a spirited smile, full of vigor. "Blood prison Great Saint, our gap has shortened again." CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Sin said loudly, his voice resonating through heaven and earth. The blood prison Great Saint, irritated, said, "Brat, if you want to defeat me, you still need more cultivation. I wasn't serious just now." "Is that so? I don't believe it." I think you were already anxious. Humph, that's my fighting style. The two began to argue, neither yielding. By the small river in the ravine, Guan and an Xian watched them bicker, smiles on their faces. Little junior brother's talent is truly frightening, it seems even greater than Tian Hao and Emperor Tianhong. Master, what is his background? An Xian, curious, asked. Because Sin was always taught by Guan, others thought his rapid cultivation was reasonable. But she knew differently, as she was also tutored by Guan and deeply understood Sin's extraordinary nature. This boy wasn't simply growing in cultivation level, his body was already molding the great Tao, becoming stronger continuously. An Xian sensed a terrifying cause and effect within him, a mystery even the immortal emperors I couldn't see through. He comes from the desperate celestial tomb, a place outside the great Tao. Guan briefly explained Sin's background. He valued an Xian highly, so since she wanted to know, he wouldn't refuse. An Xian was his successor. Someday, she would become the master of the beginningless, and he could roam freely across the heavens. After hearing this, an Xian felt a deep sympathy for Sin's past but did not show much change in expression. Though Master didn't explain in detail Sin's identity, she did not press further. Sin looked young, but having stayed in the desperate celestial tomb for so long, he endured lonely years far beyond their imagination. Given that Sin lived for so long, his current rapid growth was understandable. Perhaps in those endless years, Sin had been accumulating, now finally ready to erupt with power. The conversation between the master and disciple did not reach the ears of the blood prison great saint and Sin. When the two descended, Guan and an Xian stopped talking. Master, do you think he was anxious just now? Sin approached Guan, frowning. Guan patted his head and smiled, victory is victory, defeat is defeat. Why worry about how much effort the other put in? Continually cultivate, and one day you will win. Sin agreed, smiling broadly, and did not dwell on the issue. The blood prison great saint felt displeased, he didn't want to lose. But since the words came from Guan, he didn't dare refute and remained silently disgruntled. Sin, you are now a free immortal, capable enough in cultivation. Do you want to venture out and train for a while? Guan looked at Sin, smiling. Seeing Master truly pampering Sin, perhaps even more so than herself, an Xian thought Sin's background was indeed not simple. No matter how she looked, Sin's brows and eyes seemed somewhat similar to Master's. Though she had such suspicions, she dared not point them out. Sin being suppressed in the desperate celestial tomb for so many years indicated that Master might have encountered dreadful events in the past, making it impossible to protect his son. Guan, catching in Sin's inner thoughts, found them amusing. She guessed correctly. Yes, can I? Sin nodded excitedly. Guan looked at the blood prison great saint and said, you accompany him to train for a millennium. No matter what he does, do not intervene. Just follow him, letting him experience and judge for himself. Me? The blood prison great saint widened his eyes, unwilling. Seeing his reluctance, Sin immediately said, Master, just him. Gritting his teeth, the blood prison great saint found the boy increasingly difficult to deal with. You both may go. Guan shook his head with a smile and then turned away. Watching him, an Xian said meaningfully, this is not just a test for little junior brother, perhaps it's also a test for you. A test? Hearing this, the blood prison great saint immediately felt invigorated. He loved the master's tests, knowing benefits would follow if completed. His previous experience on the path of the great Tao had fruitful outcomes, not only forging numerous friendships and brotherhoods but also becoming the first primordial Tao emperor in the Daoist field of the beginningless, aside from the master. An Xian turned and followed Guan's footsteps. After their figures disappeared into the forest, the blood prison great saint looked at Sin, smiling meaningfully, Brat, in the human world, while I won't interfere, I will report everything you do to the master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know its report so we can fix it as soon as possible.